Hello, everyone. I'm Allison, and I am the host of this year's Parks Accessibility Conference. We will get started shortly, but in the meantime, I wanted to make sure everyone knows how to access sign language and captions for this webinar. To turn on ASL, navigate to the bottom of the Zoom webinar screen and locate the globe symbol with the words interpretation written underneath. Click on that, and then click on American Sign Language. This will open up a new pop-out window with the interpreter that can be moved around your screen independently from the Zoom webinar screen. To turn on captions, again, navigate to the bottom of the Zoom webinar screen and locate the closed captioning symbol. It looks like a large CC with the words Show Captions written underneath. Click on that. The captions box will appear at the bottom of your screen and can be moved around the Zoom webinar window so that you can select the best place to view the captions on your screen. This will not impact how other people view the captions. You can also modify caption font size by clicking on the small triangle next to the closed captioning symbol and then clicking on Subtitle Settings. You will then be able to increase or decrease the caption font size. Thank you all. We will begin momentarily.
Welcome everyone to the Parks Accessibility Conference. Today is day one of the 3-day virtual conference. My name is Allison and I will be your host for the next 3 days. I'm a 35-year-old female with short, light brown hair. I'm wearing glasses and a white blouse with a yellow cardigan on top. We have some amazing speakers lined up, including people with disabilities sharing their personal lived experiences, organizations and nonprofits working to improve access to the outdoors, land managers sharing the work happening at their parks, and academic researchers sharing their latest projects. While this conference is virtual in nature, we have speakers and attendees from across Canada and internationally. The Parks Accessibility Research and Conference team acknowledge that the land on which this conference is hosted is the traditional sacred territory of many First Nation civilizations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, Anishinaabeg, Three Fires Confederacy Peoples, the Haudenosaunee Six Nations Confederacy Peoples, and the ancient Wendat peoples. The territory, which we refer to as Toronto, is ceded land covered under Treaty 13 between the Mississauga of the Credit Nation and the Crown. The sacred custodianship of these lands comes from the Dish with One Spoon Treaty and the covenant between the Anishinaabeg and Haudenosaunee, established long before contact with settlers. Today, this land is now home to many, including the First Nations peoples, as well as Métis and Inuit peoples. As settlers and visitors on this territory, we strive in our service to understand our responsibilities and purpose as custodians and caretakers of these sacred lands. At the same time, we strive to reconcile and understand these Indigenous civilizations who continue to be impacted by the ongoing process of colonialism. We invite all conference speakers and attendees to take a brief moment of self-reflection to contemplate your relationship with the land where you reside. As you attend this conference, let us pay respects to the Indigenous peoples that inhabited these sacred lands way before you and we arrived. And today, pay our respects to the original caretakers of these sacred lands. Thank you. Some housekeeping. We invite attendees to submit questions using the Q&A feature found at the bottom of your screens. If this feature is not accessible to you or not available due to calling into the conference using the telephone line, questions can be submitted by email to team@pac2023.ca. Questions can also be submitted by calling 416-597-0000 3422, extension 7879. You can type the extension in right away without having to listen to the UHN preamble. If you run into any technical difficulties accessing the conference, please email team@pac2023.ca or call 416-597-3422, extension 7879. The conference is being recorded, and the recordings will be shared online after the conference is over. Any captioning errors will be corrected in the post-production edits. If presenters share contact details or website links, those have been added to their bio on the conference website for easier access. We were thrilled to be able to send the first 300 attendees that registered for the conference a physical goodie bag in the mail. These goodie bags were created in collaboration with various disability-focused and owned Canadian companies and disabled artists. We are grateful and honored to feature these items in our conference. Opening up our conference, we will have a few words from Dr. Tilak Judah. Tilak is a scientist at the Kite Research Institute, Toronto Rehabilitation Institute at UHN. He holds cross appointments at the Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Rehabilitation Sciences Institute at the University of Toronto. He is also the director of the Engineering Health Lab that is hosting this conference. Welcome, Tilak.
Thank you, Allison. I'm very excited to be here with you all today. Thanks for joining us. As Allison said, my name is Tilak. I'm a South Asian male with glasses wearing a white shirt. As Allison noted, we have an amazing lineup of speakers for you today. Our team has really done a great job getting this group together. But just before we launch into those presentations, I wanted to give a little bit of background and a little bit of context for why this conference is so important and why we actually need your help right now, pretty urgently, actually. So I'll get to that in a second. The bottom line is we know that outdoor spaces, spending time in nature, have many benefits for us all, yet people with disabilities often don't get to experience these benefits because of a lack of accessibility. The good news is things are changing. With the Accessible Canada Act coming into force in 2019, a new organization was formed called Accessibility Standards Canada. This organization's job was to bring together groups of volunteers, we call them technical committees, to create new standards to make spaces more accessible. One of these technical committees was focused on the accessibility of outdoor spaces. We actually have Haley Flaro, who's the chair of that technical committee, coming to join us later today to talk more about that standard. The really exciting part of this is that standard is out for public review right now. So this means that all of us have a chance to review it and make suggestions on how it can be improved. And I've actually worked with this committee, the technical committee, and I can say that people on it are fantastic. They're incredibly dedicated, incredibly hardworking, but they are a small group, maybe 10 or 12 people. And so it's unlikely that they've managed to capture the perspectives of people with disabilities across Canada. And so this is why these standards go out for public review, so that other people can review them, consider it from their own perspective, and find ways to make it better. So we'll talk about that more later on in this conference. But our team is here to help you submit those comments. I think someone is going to post a link to where you can find that standard and where you can submit your comments. We'll put that in the chat for you in a little bit. My understanding is that when you submit comments or suggestions, that the technical committee will review all of them. And if we as a group or as a community make similar types of comments, if there are things that come up over and over, I think it would be hard for the technical committee to ignore those comments. So I think it's really important right now that over the next couple of weeks, the deadline for submissions is August 11th, which is in about 2.5 weeks. So there is some urgency to putting together some comments, and I'll mention it again later, but our team is here to help you. We've heard from some of our partners in the community that the process for submitting comments may be a little bit complicated. I think on the website, it does say that you can submit your comments in audio format or video format, but we've heard from some of our people that the technical committee needs these comments in a very particular structure. It needs to be structured in the right format. And so if you deviate from the default, I think there's a web form as well as a PDF form that has very structured sections in it. If you deviate from that structure, they might not accept the comments. We'll talk about that more at the end, but our team, it will help if you need help getting your comments and suggestions in, we'll help you get them structured correctly so that they will be accepted. This conference is part of a larger project that was funded by Accessibility Standards Canada, this same group, that Yashoda Sharma, one of the members of our team, is going to go into more detail about later on. She's going to summarize some of our team's work. It was a pretty big task as we reflect on what we've done so far, and we have a few months left to finish off this work. What we're trying to do is understand all the different activities and things that people try to take part in when they go to parks, and how we can make those activities, each of them, more accessible to people with different needs. So there's a range of activities and a range of needs that we need to come up with a comprehensive list of suggestions and approaches for making these things all more accessible. Yashoda is going to give you an overview of that framework that we're using and some of the findings that we've collected. And really the goal is to get your feedback to see if there's anything we're missing. Is there something about the approach or the information that we've collected that we're missing? We'd love to hear from you if there's any more information you want us to include in our recommendations for this standard. A key message that came out of a lot of this work is that accessibility means different things to different people. And that's why it's so important that we each try to share our particular perspective with each other. And that was really the goal of our first conference, which many of you may have attended last year. The theme of that conference was, what does accessibility mean to you? And we had some great discussions. I personally learned a lot from that time, from the many presenters we had. And we also got some great feedback at the end of that conference particularly from land managers, people that are responsible for designing and maintaining parks in these spaces. And they said they wanted more information about practical solutions for making these spaces more accessible. So we decided to run the conference again this year, and that's our goal. Our goal is to identify presenters. Our goal was, I guess, to identify a group of presenters who we felt had practical ideas on how to make activities in these parks and make these spaces more accessible to people with disabilities. For instance, we're going to hear from Lisa Franks, who's going to tell us about how she made her camper van accessible. We'll hear from Hans-Stefan Linder, who will be sharing how he used drones and aerial photography and videography to reconnect with nature after experiencing a mobility-related disability himself. Shira Stanfield is going to tell us about how Parks Canada is approaching creating equivalent meaningful experiences as well. In addition to these conferences, our team has been collecting information through our bigger project, through surveys, interviews, park visits, reviews of the academic literature, as well as reviews of YouTube videos. And we undertook this work through collaborations with a number of partner organizations, including Parks Canada, the University of Alberta, Access Now, some Rick Hansen certified assessors, And through this work, we've also built our network through connections with BC Parks, Ontario Parks, Power to Be, Rocky Mountain Adaptive, Eco Wisdom, the Outdoor Council of Canada, and many other organizations. As I mentioned, Yashoda will share more about what we've learned in a later presentation today, and we'd love to get your feedback. I'll make one quick note about the accessibility of this conference itself. Our team did try hard after our last year to improve on how we're presenting this conference to make the experience more accessible to more people based on the feedback we got last year. But we know we probably didn't get things perfect, and I'd like to ask you to share any concerns you have with us, and we'll do our best to address your concerns as soon as we can. The last thought I'd like to leave you with today is that this conference is really about connection. We want to find ways to help you connect with other people that have similar interests so that you can build your network, connect with each other after this conference, spark a whole bunch of new initiatives to make parks more accessible. To help with this, again, we'll talk about this at the very end, but to help with this approach, our team is planning to put together a directory of names and contact information for anyone who wants to be part of it and wants to share their information. We'll provide a mechanism so that you can share and we can each connect with those of us that have similar interests. So stay tuned for that. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope you have a great conference. Back to you, Allison.
Thank you, Tilak. As Tilak shared, we will be providing more information about our research later today, and we can take questions at that time. We really are so grateful for the amazing connections and collaborations we've been able to foster over the last 2.5 years, and we hope that you all enjoy the programming we have planned for this week. Our keynote speaker today is Mahadeo Sukai. Mahadeo is Canada's first blind biomedical research scientist and has more than 20 years of experience as an academic researcher and educator. He leads the research program for CNIB and their 2 affiliate organizations, Vision Loss Rehabilitation Canada and CNIB Deafblind Community Services. And he is the principal investigator for research projects to understand the lived experiences of persons who are blind, deafblind, and partially sighted in Canada. Mahadeo also leads CNIB's international affairs work. As CNIB's Chief Accessibility Officer, he oversees all 3 organizations' cultural change efforts on accessibility and inclusion for persons with disabilities and intersectioning social identities. Welcome, Mahadeo.
Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today and to offer this keynote presentation. Apparently, when I did one of the keynote talks at last year's conference, I impressed and or enough people liked me to have the organizing team invite me back. So I'm very pleased to be able to do this with you today. And for those of you who listened to me last year, I'm going to try to do something a little bit different, perhaps a little bit more peripatetic, a little bit more of a different flavor of story, but with a message that hopefully will resonate. So thank you again for having me today, and it is, as I say, a real pleasure to join you. I'm going to start by saying something that I think is intuitively obvious to all of us who are here, and that is that nature is almost by definition not necessarily something that we would consider to be accessible. But nature is often healing, calming, meditative. Many persons with disabilities, myself included, benefit from time in nature, including time spent in our provincial and national park system in Canada. For me, the vistas where water meets sky are among the most relaxing and enjoyable, probably because I grew up in an island in the Caribbean surrounded by water and sea met sky every day in every direction, I personally can never get tired of that. When my family emigrated to Canada, I became an urban, perhaps even an urbane youth and young adult, and didn't really find ways to reconnect to the natural vistas I found so calming for many years. It wasn't until my wife and I started going out that I really experienced water meeting sky again. Our first weekend date involved a hike in a provincial park, which ended up being my first experience in that setting and my first experience of accessibility in that setting. As a person with a visual impairment who also identifies as neurodivergent, I seek accessibility in a park setting through high contrast, through large print, through audio and tactile interactions, and through a sighted guide. Those are my accessibility needs in the context of parks. Others will have different accessibility needs. As a society, we pride ourselves on self-reliance and individualism. But I also realize that me navigating a hiking trail without a sighted guide poses a safety risk for myself and for others. So I'm comfortable with my enjoyment coming in the company of another person. Almost always that person's my wife, which I have to say really helps. Most of my conversation with you today, I think, is going to come through that lens, so to speak, although I'm mindful, as I said, of the many different ways that persons with lived experience may interact with the park's environment and their own accessibility supports and needs. We're going to walk on a metaphorical trail or go on a metaphorical trail today. And as with many trails in the park's system, there are no straight lines. And so this is going to be a talk where there are no straight lines. And I invite you to follow along with me as I take you on this metaphorical trail through accessibility and inclusion. I want to veer into a somewhat theoretical space for a moment and speak to you about how we think about accessibility. For those of you who listened to my talk last year, you'll remember I spent time talking about accessibility, inclusion, and universal design, and how we needed more universal design in the world. I'm going to expand on that a little bit this year, but come at it, I think, from a bit of a different direction. In addition to being a researcher and a scientist, I've been an accessibility and inclusion or an IDEA professional for the last 2 decades. My approach to accessibility has been through the lens of culture and teaching and practice rather than through digital media or web accessibility. As an educator in the sciences, I imagine a park's environment to be not just an opportunity for relaxation and enjoyment, but also an opportunity for outdoor education. So I also imagine accessibility in this setting to be in the context of education and learning, not just in the context of navigation and facilities. Fundamental to my professional practice is the concept that accessibility isn't a checklist of things we need to do, but rather accessibility is a thought process, a way of thinking about the world and what we do in the world in order to make the environment that we inhabit to be the most welcoming for persons with disabilities. Accessibility is about questioning the assumptions that we often make about persons with disabilities. In many ways, accessibility is a mental muscle, a skill set, a mindset, and a behavior pattern all rolled into one. It's like riding a bicycle, which I will cheerfully admit is perhaps not the greatest analogy for me because admittedly, I actually don't know how to ride a bicycle. The more we practice it, the better we get at it. That said, however, there are ways that we can do accessibility wrong. And by that, I mean that we can be well-intentioned, yet set a process up that ends up being unfriendly to persons with disabilities and in fact unhelpful to persons with disabilities. This happens when we focus more on how easy or straightforward the process is, but for the staff persons who are implementing it, as opposed to the persons with disabilities who are the real end users. If you doubt me, anyone who's ever tried to get a lost item back from the last Uber you've ever been in will know what I'm talking about. We can be well-intentioned by trying to protect persons with disabilities, protect our privacy, protect our confidentiality, protect from those human beings who are nefarious enough to try to game, in air quotes, the system to obtain the perceived benefits offered to persons with disabilities. In trying to be protective, we ask for mounds of documentation, leading a person with a disability to have to prove, in air quotes, or legitimize our lived experience. We can be well-intentioned by feeling that everyone should feel comfortable asking for help and designing a system predicated on that ask. Doing so has consequences that persons who don't live with disabilities have a hard time imagining. However, because of the cognitive, well-being, and mental health costs of always asking for things that others take for granted, and how much that adds up over time. We can be well-intentioned by putting accessibility information online, but have it available in inaccessible formats or in difficult to find parts of the website. Or we can direct people who call our contact centers in search of this information to the website without realizing that there may well be valid reasons for them to have called the contact center in the first place. So we can be well-intentioned, but also do accessibility in our systems, policies, and practices fundamentally wrong. Why? Or rather, how? Another detour on our trail. Let's consider for a moment how we navigate accessibility at work. We do so through this thing called duty to accommodate. Persons with disabilities have a duty to inform about our accessibility needs. Employers have a duty to inquire, to understand those needs, and then they have a duty to accommodate, except in cases of undue hardship. Wonderful technical legal language. I'm not going to spend time defining any of those terms here, but rather I'm using this to illustrate a bit of a point for you. The system has been enshrined in employment standards and human rights codes for decades and embedded in accessibility frameworks around the country. The system is so pervasive that it's applied to our education settings as well as our workplace settings, and it makes sense to apply it to the participation of us as persons with disabilities in society, doesn't it? After all, the system works. Or does it? I said before that we live in a very self-reliant and individualistic society. Our default thinking is that everyone must be able to do tasks on their own, and that if we can't, we're then able to ask for help. In this mindset, we consider accessibility to be the facilitating of and receipt of help. Indeed, duty to accommodate should be yes by default, again in air quotes as the saying goes. But let's think this through. We live in a society where we pride ourselves on not asking for help. We're, after all, self-reliant. So for those of us who are asking for help to do something, we're going against societal type. The default question that pops to mind when we're confronted by someone going against societal type is why? Why do you need help? Why are you going against societal type? Why are you different? We as persons with disabilities have become inured to the word no in the context of accessibility. We hear the word no 20 times before we may hear the word yes. Human beings are funny creatures. We pride ourselves on being welcoming and inclusive, particularly here in Canada. The problem is that evolutionary, biochemically, neurologically, we're actually all xenophobes. We react by experiencing stress when we encounter people who are not part of our group. We evaluate others for how much threat they pose. Psychologically and physiologically, we undergo a stress response that consciously we know we're not really supposed to experience. We're encountering a person with a disability, and most of us have limited experience with persons with disabilities, or so we think. More than 1 in 5 of the Canadian population identifies as living with some type of disability experience. So how is it that most of us will say that we don't have experience with persons with disabilities? The answer to that is because most of us who live with disabilities choose not to share that lived experience actually exists. We don't share our lived experience with others because we're aware that the reaction may not be a positive one. This in spite of us living in a society where we say it's okay to ask for help. If it were really okay to ask for help, why don't we identify our lived experience, and why don't we ask for help more? I suggest to you that it's because of that response that we get. We get asked to legitimize our disability experience or our needs. The duty to accommodate process makes this demeaning, dehumanizing, demoralizing, and patronizing. We have to do this at work and at school because it's the rules. It's what we have to go through. It's the system that we have to live with. We may not like it, but we're absolutely conditioned to it. So we learn to deal with it. In doing so, we participate in the duty to accommodate process. And by doing so, we legitimize it. And by legitimizing it, we ultimately do ourselves and everyone else a disservice, because then the duty to accommodate system gets extrapolated into society at large. And this is where we circle back to the conversation around the accessibility of parks and how to ensure the accessibility of parks. My research team at CNIB did a piece of work last year that led to a really interesting pair of findings. First, that persons with vision loss were much more likely to take someone with them or take assistive technology with them when traveling or participating in recreational activities than they were to ask for accommodation. Second, that persons with vision loss identified a whole swath of mental health and cognitive load barriers to advocating for ourselves. Those two things taken together end up meaning that even if and even when there is a set of policies that says, should you require accessibility support, identify yourself, what will end up happening is we're much more likely to not do that because we're a bit afraid of what's going to be required of us in order to get the accessibility support that we're asking for. How many hoops do we have to jump through? How many layers do we have to go through? How impossible is it going to seem just to go for a hike in a park? Accommodation doesn't work. Asking for help in order to ensure something is accessible for us doesn't work. Where does that leave us though? If asking for something doesn't get it for us, what do? Again, we live in a self-reliant society. So many of us try to do this thing for ourselves and figure it out as we go along. We figure out a workaround, we figure out a solution that works for us, but it's a solution that works for us. It's not a solution that will work for everybody else. But surely there's a better way of doing things. In fact, there are better ways of doing things. And now the trail comes back to the central point that I want to make with you today. The better ways of doing things, the better solutions require us as service providers, as educators, as people who work within this space to learn to think differently, to learn to consider accessibility, not as a set of one-off solutions delivered on demand, but rather as a set of systemic and environmental solutions that are implemented from the get-go. Accessibility, as Microsoft is fond of saying, should be built in, not bolted on. As a society, we've become really, really good at building in how to bolt something on. But let's try to break that down. What does systemic accessibility in a parks environment look and feel like? And again, coming from Mahadio's lived experience in the context of accessibility and in the context of parks, how about establishing a small advisory committee? How many parks have a friends of committee or group? Why not an accessibility in group comprised of community members with disabilities who can advise on accessibility solutions that can be systemically applied for your specific park environment? Think about park maps. What about creating as an art project a 3D tactile map that is representative of the park layout and environment and placed at the Welcome Center? Are all the park information boards containing information available online? Is that information in accessible format or available in an audio recorded format on site? Have you thought about park signage? Is signage high contrast and tactile where possible? Is there a legend for the iconography that's posted somewhere easy to find? So yes, these are all things that would help me in the context of a provincial or a national park, and they would help me personally. They might be value neutral to just about everybody else, but notice how everything is phrased in the form of a question. And notice how everything is focused on the overall environment of the park in order to make it as welcoming to persons with disabilities as possible. This is the point about thinking about accessibility. Something that is value positive to a person with a disability should be at worst value neutral for anybody else. Accessibility is a thought process. It's a way of asking questions about the environment that we're in to ensure that we're thinking about our spaces with empathy and putting ourselves in the frame of reference of others. In preparing for this, I was asked to make sure that I provided specific recommendations. I've done my job about providing specific recommendations. I've given you 4 from my personal lived experience. But more than that, I want to teach you about that thought process. I want you to come away from this saying accessibility is the checklist. Accessibility is a way that I have to learn how to think. And that means I need to learn how to think it. And if you leave this conversation with that, I have to change the way that I think, and that may seem horribly vague, but also horribly practical, then I have done my job. We must also go beyond accessibility, however, into the realm of anti-ableism. Ableism, as you know, is discrimination against persons with disabilities, either because you center ability and able-bodiedness in your thought process, or because you marginalize or diminish disability, or both. To be ableist is to say, I don't really understand what a blind person gets from a vista where water meets sky. To be ableist is to say, you have a mobility disability, you can't navigate the trails. To be ableist is to say, you don't look like you have a disability, you don't really need this accessibility support. To be anti-ableist is to force yourselves, and I'm using the word force a little bit loosely here because you actually have to encourage yourselves. We all have to encourage ourselves to question our assumptions and the assumptions of your colleagues, to confront your biases and prejudices, and to call out attitudes and practices that raise barriers for persons with disabilities in the parks environment. It's actually not enough to say, I'm not ableist and I have no biases and I have no prejudices, or to argue that you may have no negative attitudes toward disability. Most human beings alive actually have negative attitudes toward disability. Even persons with disabilities have negative attitudes toward disability. In this space, the old adage, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem, is absolutely true. I want to conclude by reflecting on something that I'll call the ecology of accessibility. And I won't take credit for the term. My wife, who like me is a scientist, educator, researcher, and accessibility professional, she actually coined it last night. Her background is in conservation biology and ecology, and it completely makes sense that this is something that she would come up with. On the trail that we've taken today, we've reflected on accommodation, we've reflected on systemic accessibility, we've reflected on anti-ableism, and they're all parts of the ecology of accessibility. Each has a role to play within this ecology, and an over-reliance on one thing alone won't work because, as with ecology generally, that leads to an unbalanced set of attitudes and unbalanced ecosystem. As with any ecology or ecosystem, an overabundance of one species leads to ecosystem imbalance and potential collapse. And so an over-reliance on accommodation over systemic accessibility and anti-ableism thinking and behavior poses a challenge to the world that we are trying to build. Thank you very much for your time today. I know we do have some time for questions and reflections, and I'm very happy to engage in discussion with you.
Thank you, Mahadeo. That was fantastic. And it gives us so much to think about as we move through this conference and beyond. You touched on so many things there, I think, that are going to resonate with the audience. And one of the things I noticed, that it felt like you were talking about the strengths and the challenges of society's current approaches to accessibility and accommodation. And so I was just wondering if you had any advice or suggestions on how parks and society at large, as well as us as individuals, can help normalize asking for help.
So I'm going to push back a little bit on you, Allison. I'm actually wondering if we want to normalize asking for help. We live in a world, particularly in North America, that focuses on self-reliance and individualism. And in that society, we don't ask for help anyway. Right? So why increase the separation between persons with disabilities and persons who don't live with disabilities by normalizing asking for help when asking for help is already problematic? Why don't we think about it in terms of let's put into place a system of accessibility solutions in our parks that will make the park environment more welcoming to persons with disabilities, recognizing we're not going to get everything, recognizing that no matter how many environmentally design solutions we come up with, it's never going to be perfect for everybody. But what it will do is it will actually minimize the reliance on asking for help, right? And so again, you think about some of the things that I suggested specifically. So for example, if you had audio available for every information board inside the park, and you pressed a button and the audio was something that then someone could listen to, then if that person were me, I wouldn't need my wife to read the board to me, right? Or I wouldn't need somebody else to read the board to me, or I wouldn't need to, again, ask for that level of help. Now, if I needed something more than the audio, then yes, I would still need to say, hey, okay, the audio is great, but is it possible for there to be Braille somewhere, right? And then I'm asking for a level of assistance, but I wouldn't be asking for the same level of assistance that I would have had to ask for if there wasn't that audio there in the first place, right? So I actually want us to consider, and I didn't do your question any service, Allison, because I basically told you I rejected the premise of the question. But I do reject the premise of the question. I think we have to get away from this notion of normalizing asking for help. I think we want to get into this headspace of how do we actually think about the parks through that lens of what can we do to make the space welcoming and accessible from the beginning, from the point that somebody actually enters the park system to the point that they exit. What is that user experience going to be like for a person with a disability? Can we actually navigate that user experience with that person with a disability to understand the barriers that they're going to encounter, and then do what we can to mitigate or remove those barriers from the get-go, so that those barriers aren't going to be a thing going forward. We're not going to be able to do that all the time. We're not going to be able to do that for everybody or everything, but we can certainly take a reasonable attempt at it in order to mitigate that asking for help phenomenon.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, as you were talking, it made me think back to my personal experiences with disability and various challenges in my life where I had to get comfortable asking for help, and how if we built a more inclusive society, that I wouldn't have had to ask for that kind of help. I feel like we could stay on that specific topic for ages, but I'll keep us moving along because we have had some more questions come up. So with regards to the committees, as parks hopefully create these committees, it will be vital that they are made up uniquely of persons with various disabilities. And what part do you feel the disability industrial complex plays in all of this ableism?
That's a great question. Can I steal the term disability industrial complex? I think it's a wonderful way of reflecting on the machinery that exists already within the space, and that machinery would include, frankly, all the service providers, including the one I work for. But it also includes advocacy groups. It includes the machinery of how the private sector and the public sector think and talk about disability. So when you put these committees together, I think that the key is, as much as possible, you want people who are interested in parks and who are interested in the environment, but you also want people who have lived experience. And so you could probably go through the Washington Group long form of questions, and you could pull out, okay, somebody's got a seeing disability, somebody's got a hearing disability. I'm at the Deafblind International Conference in Ottawa this week, so I'm pulling double duty. I'm presenting to you from my hotel room in the Westin Ottawa, while at the same time I just came from a poster session where I had somebody from Australia come up to me and say, "It's fantastic that you're actually showing data that talks about multiple lived experiences in a single person," because the whole concept of intersecting social identity is one that often gets forgotten about in these kinds of conversations. Recognizing that I'd gone on about 3 too many soapboxes in my remarks just now, there was another soapbox I didn't get on, and that is the notion that persons with disabilities have intersecting lived experiences too. Those intersecting lived experiences could be other disabilities. So I identify as someone who lives with vision loss and is neurodivergent, right? For example. But I'm also brown. I'm also South Asian. I'm Indo-Caribbean. I'm a first-generation Canadian, right? But the thing is that once I say I'm blind, everything else gets forgotten about. And so when we think about who we're putting on these committees, number one, the committee doesn't have to be 30 people, but also number two, you want people with intersecting lived identities, and you want people from the community as much as you want representatives of the disability industrial complex, right? And so do you want somebody from the CNIB on your parks committee? Probably. But I think it's also much more meaningful for you to have somebody who has vision loss from the community who knows the park, right? Like, you could get me to sit on a disability advisory committee or an accessibility advisory committee for a federal park. But if you get me to sit on an accessibility advisory committee for a federal park in Nova Scotia, I've never been to that federal park in Nova Scotia. I know I've never been because when I've been in Nova Scotia, the only place I've gone to is Halifax. Right. And so I'm actually next to useless talking about that specific environment because I have no experience with that specific environment. So where possible you want local, where possible you want intersecting social identity, where possible you want folks to be reflective of the disability community at large. And yeah, that includes the disability industrial complex. I love that term. But it's also, you know, realistically, it also actually has to be people on the ground living life, having their own experiences.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. We are running out of time, so I think we'll leave it there. We're going to collect the questions that have come in, and we will send them to you, Mahadeo. If you want to be able to respond to it, we can post that on our website. Great.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
And you're also more than welcome to, if anyone wants, you can share my contact information because I didn't use slides and I didn't put my contact information anywhere. But I am perversely rather findable, but if anyone does want my contact information, please do feel free to share.
Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, we will do that. We'll add that to the website under your bio so people can go and find it there. Again, Mahadeo, thank you so much for spending this time with us. It was really wonderful and you've given us so much to think about. That takes us to our first break of the day. Our next session will start at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so please use the next few minutes to take a screen break, get some fresh air, or move your body.
Here at Toronto Rehabilitation Institute, we have an exciting research opportunity for people who use mobility devices. The advertisement is titled, "Have Your Say in Designing Accessible Public Spaces." We're looking for people who use wheeled mobility devices to participate in this research study. We want to learn how dimensions of the spaces you use can be improved to make public spaces more accessible to navigate. Findings from this study will be used to develop building policy and design guides to improve accessibility in public spaces for Canadians who use wheeled mobility devices. To participate, you must be at least 18 years old, live in Canada, and use a wheeled mobility device such as a manual or power wheelchair or mobility scooter during everyday functional activities. Participants will be asked to attend a single session, approximately 3 hours long, and use their wheeled mobility device to maneuver through a set of paths and perform other daily activities, such as reaching to push a button. A series of questionnaires will also be completed. The study visit will take place at one of the following locations: Toronto Rehab University Centre, located at 550 University Avenue, or Toronto Rehab Lyndhurst Centre, located at 520 Sutherland Drive. Participants will receive an honorarium to compensate for their time and travel costs, such as taxi, parking, and gas money associated with participating in this study. For more information about the study, please contact Allison Novak at 416-597-3422 extension 7878 or by email at allison.novak@uhn.ca. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Welcome back, everyone. We will be starting the next presentation shortly. Just a reminder, information about how to submit questions and how to access ASL can be found in the chat. Our first speaker this hour is Lisa Franks. Lisa is an outdoor enthusiast and adventurer. For the past 2 years, she has lived in her self-designed wheelchair-accessible camper van and traveled throughout Western Canada and the US. She is passionate about adaptive mountain biking and founded the Saskatchewan Adaptive Mountain Biking Club. She works with trail builders and managers to identify obstacles and to ensure accessibility is considered so that everyone can explore the outdoors. Welcome, Lisa.
Good day, everybody. My name is Lisa. I am a white female with hair just below my shoulders. It's light brown. I'm sitting on a couch. Behind me is a white wall and a shine-colored doorway. And I am wearing a black and red tank top. And I'm excited to be able to present to you today. My slides have a white background. The Parks Accessibility Conference 23 logo is in the right-hand corner on the upper side. My speaking video is in the bottom right-hand corner. The title of this particular slide is Van Life. The subtitle is My Wheelchair Accessible Home on Wheels. On the right-hand side, there is a picture of me in my wheelchair sitting in front of my camper van, which is very large. It's about 22 feet long and 10 feet high. This next slide has a picture of me on the right-hand side in my wheelchair. There's a city landscape in the background. I'm leaning forward on my elbow with my hand resting on my chin. And it says in big black letters, Lisa Franks, she, her. And underneath that, the subtitle, it says, I'm an athlete, I'm an engineer, I'm an adventurer, and I'm a van lifer. The next slide is titled Agenda. That's on the left-hand side. And to the right, it has the agenda. And so first, we're going to talk about my story. Then we're going to talk about accessible features in my van. Then I'll go into how van life has changed my experience in the outdoors. I'll end up with contact information and questions. The next slide is titled My Story, and below the text it says, as a kid, I was able-bodied and part of a very active and outdoorsy family. My dad taught outdoor education and had summers off, so we took portage trips in the summer and ski trips in the winters. So on the left-hand side, there is a picture of myself and a friend in a canoe on a lake. and my dad is in the canoe at the back operating the motor. On the right-hand side, there is a picture of me in a downhill ski race, and I'm wearing a red jacket and going around a red ski gate. The next slide is titled My Story, and below it, it says, I became paralyzed at age 14 and put my love of outdoors aside. I quickly discovered wheelchair sports and went on to compete at 3 Paralympic Games. A shoulder injury in 2008 ended my competitive sport career and left me in chronic pain. Below all the text, there is a picture on the left of me when I'm first in a wheelchair and I couldn't move my arms. Next to that, there is a picture of me wheelchair racing. I'm wearing a Canadian jersey and pumping my fist because I've just won a race, and my competitor is also in the frame. And on the right, there's a picture of me playing wheelchair basketball and in a sport chair and dribbling a basketball. The next slide also says my story at the top. Below it, it says being outdoors helped me cope with my chronic pain and helped me slowly heal. I started taking solo camping trips in a tent, and I transitioned from my tent to car camping in my SUV. Below the text, on the left-hand side, there's a picture of me taking a selfie in front of a gray and yellow tent that I set up. I'm smiling. In the middle, there's a picture of me in my Honda Element. The back door is open and up, and I'm on the bed smiling at the camera. And on the right-hand side, there's a picture of me in my Honda Element with my feet on the bed, my mountain bike beyond the seat, and then the landscape of a calm lake and mountains in the background. The next slide has a picture of my Honda Element and a big white camper van next to it. And the title is My Story, and it says SUV camping led to van life. And so I just really wanted to do more and more outdoorsy things. I wanted to be immersed in nature as much as I possibly could be. And so in 2021, I designed and had somebody build out a camper van with my accessible needs in mind. The next few slides are entitled Accessible Features. This one has a picture of me in a blank cargo van. I'm sitting in my wheelchair and I'm just smiling, and this is the start of my van before I began to build it out. The subtitle of this slide is Wheelchair Lift, and it shows a video of me in my van coming out the side sliding door on a wheelchair lift. So the wheelchair lift is unique. It just clips to my wheelchair. I have straps that clip to my wheelchair. And then there's an arm above me, part of the wheelchair lift, and it slowly lowers or raises me and my wheelchair right out of the van. So the video is just showing that process of how I am lowered out of the van onto the ground. The reason I like this wheelchair lift is because it doesn't block the entire sliding door like a normal platform that people are more familiar with. And it can also go on uneven ground. It can set me down basically into sand or wherever I need to go. And it doesn't take up a lot of space. I only need the width of my wheelchair beside me to park with, whereas a platform lift, you would need the length of the platform plus room for my wheelchair to roll off the platform. So parking can be a little bit challenging with that style of lift. The next slide shows a video, and it's just pause where I'm sitting inside my camper van in the kitchen, and I'm going to play the video and just describe some of the accessible features I have. So right now I am talking about a drawer above the fridge, and as I open the drawer, you can see there's actually an electric induction cooktop. And this is important because I can wheel my wheelchair right under the drawer and get close to the working surface. And as I close the drawer, I move to the sink. And I also have an empty void under the sink, so I can, again, wheel my wheelchair under the sink and get nice and close. But if I didn't have that void, I'd have to be side twisting and reaching into the sink, which would be really difficult to do. Now I'm opening one of my upper cabinets in the kitchen, and I'm showing that I have a shelf inside that actually pulls out and lowers so I can reach all the canned goods and things that are on the top of the shelf. And it easily goes up back into the shelf. And I close the cabinet door with a string because it's up high. I have to be able to reach it, so I have a string hanging down. that I can pull to close the cabinet. Now I am pointing at some of the drawers under the countertop, and one of the drawers is actually a pull-out table or chopping block. That's where I will do all of my cooking preparation, and the video just shows as I wheel right under the little table. The next accessible feature I have is actually my mountain bike. So I travel with a surfboard and a mountain bike in my van, and the entire van was designed around the dimensions of this mountain bike. And it's also really important that I can load and unload the equipment by myself since I do travel solo. So this video is going to show that I actually have a winch underneath my bed in the back. So the video starts out with my bike on the outside of the van, and I've got a cable attached to the bike, and then it slowly rolls the bike up some ramps that I have going into the van. So basically the winch is doing all of the work for me. It's a 100-pound bike. And so the winch is just pulling it up the ramps and into the van where it is stored when I'm not using it. The next accessible feature I have is called my bed lift. And because I have that mountain bike under my bed, the top of my bed is actually quite high. It comes up to shoulder height on me when I'm sitting in my wheelchair. So I had to design a way that I could get into bed because I cannot stand, and that's too high of a lift to get into just using my arms. So this video shows a little bench next to the bed that does actually house my porta potty. But I also made it into a bit of a wheelchair lift, essentially. So what I do is I transfer onto the bench that is next to the bed. And once I'm on there, I tuck my feet in and push a button, and the lid of the bench actually rises up and brings me up to the bed height. And then from there, I can just transfer myself onto the bed. The video shows, if you zoom in, there's just a small actuator, an electric actuator post that is what makes that mechanism work. And it's basically, it was just for raising a TV out of a cabinet, and I repurposed it to make a wheelchair lift. The next slide shows my accessible feature of my shower. Because I didn't want to have to go searching for an accessible shower, I decided to have a temporary shower that I could set up in my van. So what I basically have is a puppy pool. It's almost like an inflatable pool that sits on the floor of my van. I then transfer into it, and I use a hose that is attached to my sink in the kitchen to shower off. So this slide has a video. It's showing the hose coming from the sink, and then it's showing my water heater that is below my kitchen sink. And then the shower hose actually goes into about a 3-foot little pool that I would transfer myself into and sit in there and shower off. And then when I'm done, I can just drain the water outside using a hose or even just dumping out the little puppy pool. The next feature I have is something called access tracks. So because my vehicle is just so self-reliant, I don't need to stay in established campgrounds anymore. I could go camp off forestry roads or free public land where there really aren't any resources or amenities. Sometimes the terrain in those areas can be a bit soft, like sand or really thick gravel. So I carry something called access tracks in my van, and they are just thin pieces of plastic that Velcro together and fold up, but can be laid out across the surface, whether it's sand or gravel or snow. So here I have a video of myself wheeling on the access tracks. They're laid over gravel, and I can go over this gravel without an issue at all because it just makes the surface much more firm. The next slide is titled How Van Life Has Changed My Experience in the Outdoors. And below there's some text. It just says, I am no longer reliant on accessible infrastructure. So because I now have a shower, a bathroom, a kitchen. I don't have to worry and rely on a campground to have accessible picnic tables or washrooms. I am completely self-reliant, and really all I need is a road and a beautiful spot to park. This means I can go off-grid and enjoy more rustic outdoor locations. Another benefit of the van is I can quickly move from one location to another. So because I'm not, trying to set up a tent or fussing, trying to level out a trailer, really I can just pull into a spot, cook a meal, or sleep for the night, and then the next day, if I don't like it there, I can just very quickly move on with no hassle, and I could just really get to explore a lot in a very short period of time. The next slide is again titled How Van Life Has Changed My Experience in the Outdoors. And below there are 2 videos. The video on the left I'm going to show, and it just shows some of the camping spots that I've been able to access. So I'm just driving in my van in this video, and it shows I'm in a canyon. There's just a huge rock face in front of me, and I'm slowly coming up beside it. And this is just an example of somewhere that I was able to camp because I'm so self-reliant, and my vehicle makes it like a completely accessible camping experience. And so this is a very beautiful view of a place where I could just pull up and camp. The next video on the right, I'm just going to play. It shows a campfire that I built, and then it pans up to a view of a nice calm lake and mountain landscape in the background. And again, this isn't really an established campground that has accessibility. It's a little recreation site. There's plenty of these in BC, and they usually have a pit toilet and some picnic tables, but I've only ever found one that actually had an accessible washroom. So again, having my own setup means that it made this campsite possible for me to go and explore. This next slide is titled Contact Info, and below it, it has my email address, which is lisafranks82@gmail.com. It also has my Instagram and YouTube handles, which is keepinitwheel306. So that's KEEPINITWHEEL 306. This last slide is titled Questions, and below the text, it has a picture of me at the back of my van. The back doors are open. It shows my bed. I'm smiling, and there is also a mountain bike in front of me. So if anybody is interested in this lifestyle, I'm so happy to introduce it to you or answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lisa. That was wonderful. And I think it really speaks to the innovative solutions we have to come up with to overcome barriers. We had a lot of comments pop up in the Q&A talking about how amazing your van is and just the incredible design. So I wanted to ask, you seem to have a combination of like some custom solutions and some things that you've designed yourself, as well as some like off-the-shelf solutions. So if you have any advice for somebody wanting to create a similar van, like where they should start, how long they should kind of think about, how long it might take them to design it and test it, I think they'd love to hear that.
Certainly. So I actually had the advantage before I had the van. I spent 4 months out of my camper van, just on long road trips, 6 weeks at a time sort of thing. So at that point, I had a lot of experience knowing what amenities I wanted in the van and what I didn't need. And so I had a good idea of the luxuries that I wanted to build into the van. And so when it came down to the van, I had a good checklist. Yes, I don't want to have to fuss setting up a bed or a kitchen, bringing out a camp stove, but have all of those in mind. So I would suggest doing a lot of smaller trips, just figuring out what you can live with and what or you can live without. And then I would also say, I also lived in the van prior to building the cabinetry. So it was just flooring and a bed. So that gave me a really good idea of the space required and how high I could reach, how much room I needed for my wheelchair to turn around, different issues like that. So just a lot of thought went into it even before the build started. I even taped out the layout of my cabinets in the kitchen and everything on the floor just to get a really good idea of how much space would be required.
That's amazing. I think my personal favorite feature was the repurposed television like lift and using that to help you get into your bed. I just thought that was really innovative and hopefully something kind of relatively simple, but so effective.
Also much cheaper than an adaptive design thing, because that was just off the shelf and it wasn't anything specialized for mobility. So much cheaper.
Absolutely. There have been a few questions about kind of costs and whether there was any funding available that you were able to tap into. I don't know if you're comfortable sharing that kind of thing, or if people could reach out to you separately.
Certainly. Yeah, and anyone's always, I love talking about van builds and this lifestyle. So that's why I put my contact information. Anyone can email me or reach me on Instagram. But the cost, the biggest cost was definitely the wheelchair lift. I also have hand controls to be able to drive. The combination of those two installed was about $16,000 Canadian. I also added some other features in the van. I have a power sliding door. I have swivel seats. Just that shelf that comes out was, I believe I paid $200 used, but I think new they're about $600 or $700. That lift in the bench to get up to the bed was about, I think it was only $200. The winch to pull the mountain bike in was about $200. I had that sitting on a shelf for about 10 years. I just knew at some point I would find a use for that winch, and lo and behold, it came up. And then I didn't show in the video, but my entire bed actually raises up and lowers. Each corner of the bed has an actuator, so I could even level it out if I'm on uneven ground and I don't want to get in and out and put leveling blocks under my tires. I could just level the bed out. So that was another feature that cost about $1,000. Everything was self-funded, except I did receive help from Kinsman Telemiracle. It's only available in Saskatchewan, and they helped with the wheelchair lift into the van. So it's quite an expensive feat. Just to make an accessible van it probably took another 20% of the cost of the build.
Absolutely. No, thank you. I think people really appreciate kind of having that sense of what it could cost to create something similar. I think we have time for one more question. Someone asked if they're curious about the features at the campsite that you look for to make it a bit more accessible for you, maybe aside from the kind of like adequate clear space for the van and accessible routes. Like, is there anything else that you look for?
Typically I look for something to do in that area. Some accessible mountain bike trails would be great, or even just now I've got a pedal bike, mountain bike. So even a nice gravel road to go out and do, or, an accessible kayak launch, some things. I'm more looking at the activities around the area. I'd like to get off the pavement. As far as a campsite, I actually do a lot of just public land camping where I'm not in a real campground. I'm just off. I have solar panels, so I don't need power. I don't need water connections. So as long as I have a place to park that has a nice view, that's really all I'm looking for in the future.
Amazing. Thank you. I think this was fantastic, Lisa. And we did have a bunch more questions that we will collect and we will send to you. If you're comfortable answering them, we can post them on our website. I think everyone was really excited to learn about your van and how you made that possible for yourself. So thank you again for sharing that with us today. And hopefully we can chat with you again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. All right, our next speaker today is Amanda Powell. Amanda is an outdoor content creator who focuses on accessibility in the outdoors. She has a goal of visiting all the national parks in the US and has visited 18 so far and counting. She tries to get out and be active as much as she can with her 3-year-old on the trails, hiking or biking. She recently launched a nonprofit called Everybody on Trails to help create a community of people with and without disabilities who love getting out on trails. Welcome, Amanda.
Thanks so much for having me. Hi, my name is Amanda Powell, and I'm here to talk about my experiences in the U.S. national parks and with accessibility. I'm also a content creator, a disability advocate, and a new founder of a nonprofit called Everybody on Trails. Just so everyone knows, I live in Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah. We live in the beautiful state of Utah, which is located on the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Shoshone, Paiute, and Ute tribes. The state of Utah is home to 8 distinct tribal nations. Who am I? So I have a disability. I was born with cerebral palsy. They don't know exactly how I contribute cerebral palsy, but they think at birth, during a hard labor, they think that I got stuck, and so which caused lack of oxygen to my brain, which caused me to have cerebral palsy. I've had around 23 different surgeries. Most of those are every year. When I was younger, I would have one around Christmas or Thanksgiving, or in the summer times. So that made it a little hard to get outside. My parents were pretty good about it. We go camping, we go to our cabin, and sometimes we go fishing. But I never was into hiking or seeing the national parks, even though I lived in a state that had 5 beautiful national parks. So it wasn't until about a few years ago that I started hiking with my daughter and toddler that I realized that the national parks were for everybody. About 2 years before that, I had realized that the national parks had access pass. The U.S. national parks had an access pass saying that anybody with a permanent disability, that they could get into all the national parks for free by acquiring that pass with just a doctor's note. So I was pretty excited and pumped about that because the U.S. national parks have a lot of accessibility in different levels of easy, moderate, and hard, which is obviously different for everyone, especially people with disabilities. As I got started, I started to see a lot of the barriers that people had living with disabilities. I started realizing this more as a content creator and becoming more face-to-face or virtually face-to-face with people that were telling me some of their barriers that they had in the outdoors. So I wanted to help with some of those barriers. And also some of the barriers that I had was when I found out about adaptive sports. Adaptive sports like my mountain bike was very expensive to get. On average, adaptive mountain bikes can be from anywhere from $6,000 to $16,000. And this isn't just your starter bike that you can get from the Walmart or other popular stores, or even just a sports store like REI or other places. I know in Canada they have Decathlon there. That's a popular brand there for the outdoors. You can't just go and get a starter bike there. With adaptive bikes, it's often complex and very made for the certain person. Like my pedals are custom and how I have my seat a certain way is custom. So I wanted to help with some of those barriers, getting more equitable access. Since I can get further on trails on my bike, I wanted to help with some things like off-roading wheelchairs, even just hiking poles and shoes, when people often with disabilities have higher expenses and medical care. I wanted to help with some of that, and then also continue on having trail meetups, and having a community of people with and without disabilities. I learned that accessibility helps everyone. It really does. So like I said, I fell in love mostly with outdoors is when I started seeing some of the national parks in the US, and I realized that, oh, I can be a hiker, I can go on a trail, I can do hard things too. So I started at every national park that I went to. I've been to about 18 national parks, and about every national park that I went to, I decided to do one hard hike. And like I said, hard hikes are different for everyone. Anywhere from, you know, a mile for me, I've done about a mile to 3.9 miles. And with 3.9 miles, that's like me not walking and really struggling on the way back, and me not walking for several days. I use some mobility devices. I definitely use hiking poles when I am hiking, but I use sometimes even just everyday to day life, I use a walker. If I do long distances, sometimes I'll use a wheelchair, but that's often a push wheelchair that I need someone to help me. So like I said, I started doing one hard hike every national park. And where I fell in love with the national parks is when I was doing the Delicate Arch Trail in Utah. That's at Arches National Park. Often in the US, people remember it because of the license plate and the big, beautiful arch. It's about 3.5 miles, I believe. And we got up at like the crack of dawn in morning, about 4. I wanted to see it at sunrise, so we decided to go really early. And as I was hiking it towards the end, I started getting really emotional because I was really tired, and I didn't think that I didn't think that I would make it to sunrise. So this is why I call this hike my blood, sweat, and tears hike, because there was a lot of sweat and a lot of tears of anger that my body wasn't able to do what I wanted it to do. So I did make it to sunrise, and when I was there, I was like, I thought like in the back of my mind that I really wish that everyone could see this. There is a viewpoint that people can see the Delicate Arch Trail, but it's like itty bitty, like from far away. But seeing this arch, especially at sunrise, there was only about 10 people there, which is not very common at all. But I realized that I wanted everyone to be able to see places like this. So that's where some of my inspiration came to sharing about the accessibility of the national parks, and then wanting to create more equitable access to gear at the national parks. But as I've learned, there's different aspects of accessibility in national parks, not just people with physical disabilities, but other disabilities as well. I just share my experiences living with a physical disability and living with cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is very different for everyone. It can be more severe or come with other difficulties as well. Now I just hope that I can help others in the outdoors. A lot of people say, why accessibility? A lot of people are like, especially in the US, this is my experience. People are like, this is what the law is. They have ADA laws that businesses have to have a certain degree of things that they have in their business for people to enter it. In the outdoors, a lot of people say, well, we can't make all trails accessible. And no, we can't make all trails accessible. We can definitely make more adaptive. Because especially some of the statistics here in the US is that 1 in 3 people have a disability. If you think about that, when you're having a conversation with somebody, think about like, oh, 1 in 3 people, there's probably somebody that's with physical, developmental, mental disabilities, or other disabilities also that we cannot see. So that means that while people are traveling, especially to national parks or parks throughout the world, I've been to some parks in other countries. I have not seen any in Canada yet. I do look forward to being able to see those someday. But that means that not just, even though it may seem like a small percentage of about accessibility, especially wheelchair accessibility, that even if someone doesn't have a disability, they're maybe traveling with their friends that travel with a disability, and you're missing out on such a big chunk of not just amazing people, but also you're missing out on being able to help not just people with disabilities, but also their loved ones, their friends, and there's just such a big aspect to that. Also as well, accessibility, as we've learned, can vary for everyone, but also making more trails more adaptive, such as my mountain bike is more wide. It's not like an upright bike with two wheels. It's very wide. Making a lot of trails more wide, a little wider, or even just adding a few things like a bathroom, or making sure there aren't certain barriers. Really, actually, people think, well, we can't make all trails accessible. And yes, we cannot make all trails accessible, but it actually helps sustain the trail for a lot longer, where you don't have to keep up with maintenance. I've heard this from park rangers in the US. I've also read and done a lot of research on this. So really, it helps everyone in accessing the outdoors and in parks accessibility. Some of our goals, my goals, when I first started becoming a content creator, like I said, I learned about a lot of people and their barriers. My main goal is to share my experience living with a disability and sharing that with other people, and sharing about some of the different trails and different national parks as I saw them, and sharing my experience with that. I, like I said, do not use a wheelchair full-time, but I do use other mobility devices, and I also have a toddler that either myself or honestly most of the time my husband is chasing after. So one of my goals now is to help, as I was a content creator, I learned a lot of the barriers, so I decided to open a nonprofit called Everybody on Trails. Our mission is to provide equitable access to gear, opportunities, and supportive community through fundraising for equipment to empower individuals with and without disabilities of all ages to experience the joy of outdoor trails. So that's our main mission, is to help. We're a new nonprofit in Utah, and right now we offer meetups, different outdoor ventures. We do monthly meetups. We just had our launch party for a nonprofit since we just received our 501c3 status, and we're working on having different partnerships with different brands to create in fundraising to get equipment so that people can apply for different grants or scholarships to get the gear that they need. Like I said, off-roading wheelchairs, adaptive mountain bikes, even hiking poles, and just shoes are things that are often really expensive for people with disabilities. That is what we're working on right now. Some of my future goals are to obviously provide more scholarships for people. As I was saving for my adaptive mountain bike, there were a lot of grants that I couldn't apply for because I didn't have a specific disability. Those organizations are wonderful. They've helped dozens of my friends to get their mountain bikes and other pieces of equipment that they need to be more successful in outdoors and help them with their accessibility. But I wanted to help more with that, to get all those things that people need. And also another one of the things that I really would love to be able to help is to make more trails more accessible. Like I said, the wideness of trails, there's so much work to be done, and I'm excited that I get to be a part of that and build relationships and advocate for people that we all deserve that equal access to trails in the outdoors. Just to conclude with a few of my that I talked about, building accessible trails really helps everybody. It helps sustain trails. It helps bring people with and without disabilities together. I always, growing up, I felt kind of put in my own little box at school sometimes. I did have friends without disabilities. Most of them didn't have disabilities, but I was often put like, oh, you can't do this, so you can be the cheerleader. But really, once I found adaptive sports and that I could be a hiker, I could do these things with my family, my mental health has gone way up, and I'm a better mom and a better wife. I really appreciate this opportunity. Some ways that you can contact me is through Instagram. I have Instagram at National Park Capable, and also my new nonprofit, Everybody on Trails. You're also welcome to go to my website for both of those, or contact me at Amanda@everybodyontrails.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. That was fantastic. I really appreciate you sharing your story with us today, and hearing about how you've been able to kind of get back out there on trails. So I really liked how you talked about adapting spaces as a target. So beyond trails, what's one adaptation in national parks that you think is something that land managers should be focusing on?
Actually, I experienced this the other day. It wasn't in a national park, but it was in a national forest. And I was on a trailhead, and I'm currently pregnant right now, so I need a restroom like pretty fast. So restrooms are super, super important for myself and also a lot of my friends that ride with me. So I would definitely talk about more restrooms at more trailheads. That's definitely a big one that helps people. Also, some accessible parking spots as well. When I do go to a trailhead, I've heard people say a lot like, like, why do they need to have a spot for disabled, like people, they don't hike, but there are definitely a lot of people that have disabilities that hike. So yeah, those would be like two of them if I could focus mainly on those first and then, grow from there.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. We've also had a couple of questions come in about the mountain bikes. So in your experience, do you think multiple people can essentially use the same piece of adaptive equipment? Or are they often really customized to the individual? So thinking of those like rental programs at parks and stuff that we sometimes see and are kind of starting to expand. Do you think there's some limitations there with like the customization issues, or generally a lot of people will be able to benefit?
Yeah, I mean, I actually have been an ambassador for it's called the National Ability Center in Park City, Utah, and they do adaptive programs like they have throughout. I know they have some there in Canada as well from some of my friends that participated in them, but it depends on the program. They have like a few bikes or more bikes, but when I was first like doing adaptive bikes, even learning just like having certain simple things to like tie around my ankle a certain way, like a band or something, like yes, like it can get quite difficult because there's a variety of disabilities. But if there's like a few different kinds of bikes and then those small adaptations like helping with the pedals or something to put over your like your waist to keep you on the bike, things like that, just small simple adaptations that you can do that don't cost as much as like having 10 bikes, having maybe 2 or 3 bikes and then a few of those things, if that makes sense. There's lots of ways that you can And I have seen a lot of those programs adapt them because they have many people with different disabilities come and participate in their activities. And yeah, hopefully that made sense.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's really helpful for land managers to be aware of when they start planning these sorts of services and making that kind of equipment available. And so you mentioned wanting to help fund opportunities for people to access adaptive equipment for trails and stuff. So are you thinking more of grants for people to apply for personally, or more trying to raise money for the parks to be able to provide the equipment on site?
I have big thoughts and big dreams, definitely. Definitely the national parks is where I fell in love with it. So I would like to do both, essentially helping because I've noticed when I do go to there's some state parks here in Utah that have certain wheelchairs, adaptive wheelchairs to help people get on trails. And when I see those, I get excited. So it's like, I know that with my board, every year we're going to be setting a certain a goal of we want to help get this many people scholarships and this many people wheelchairs in the national park. So I would say definitely some of both. So yeah.
Amazing. And I think we still have some time for another question. So people are interested in the companies that you're approaching for partnerships, either with adaptive equipment or other sort of collaborations, because I think there's still not enough representation of people with disabilities working with those sort of high-end brands that I guess typically come to mind when we think about trails and outdoor recreation.
Yeah, absolutely. I learned that a lot being a content creator / influencer, learning about certain brands that are definitely more inclusive than other brands. I've had good and bad experiences. Unfortunately, a lot of brands saying they're inclusive, and then usually end up on the back end, such as being on an article or being on a blog instead of being there on the Instagram where people can see, people with disabilities in the outdoors. So I definitely am very picky about which brands I want to partner with and such, because of my experiences of feeling discriminated against for my disability, especially when I hear a brand talk about the outdoors is for everyone. And I'm like, there are disabilities that we cannot see, so they may be representing them in some ways. But sometimes I'm like, if it's for everyone, then why aren't there parents with disabilities, or because like I said, I'm a parent with a disability. My child does not have a disability. So why isn't that being represented? But I can't say specifically what brands because we're very new. We honestly just got our 501c3 in June. So here in the US, it's called Outdoor Retailer. It's where a bunch of different brands come together and they're selling, or also sometimes there's different nonprofits that come as well. And a lot of I have an opportunity to talk to a lot of brands. So really it is knocking on a lot of doors, and having a lot of doors not slammed in your face, but sometimes it feels like that when you're sharing and being vulnerable about your story, or people that also have disabilities. So like I say, a lot of people say usually it takes about 7 to 8 people to really keep telling these people, these brands, hey, I'm here, we need more representation. So even if you are out there talking to brands, it's if you feel like your voice isn't being heard, I think eventually there's, the door will be open and you will have been one of those people that helped with opening those doors. So
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably all we have time for today, but I'm sure like on behalf of myself and everyone, like we wish your nonprofit like the best of luck. I know you guys just got it started, so there's a long future ahead with lots of work to do. And so it's really exciting to see that movement happening.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, thank you to all of our speakers this hour. We're so grateful that you were able to join us today and have this discussion. We will now be taking our longer lunch break. Our next session will start at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will see everyone back then.
Okay, can you tell me what I am? Oh no, it gives me the option to stop recording.
A hiker in shade walks a corridor of small conifers toward a hazy, sunlit wall of towering, snow-patched mountain peaks. The trail is hard-packed and damp from snowmelt or rain. A sweeping sunlit meadow stretching to the foot of giant peaks with glaciers draped down their sides. Two hikers pick berries in the distance. Taking a load off and filling bottles from a footbridge at the mouth of a lake as the sun dips behind the peaks. A backpack works as a pillow for a napping hiker on a bench. White flowers bob this way and that in the meadow valley. A hiker with poles crosses a snowfield above the tree line. In shade against a steep slope beside a sunlit glacier, two hikers spread their arms to catch the wind and savor the scene. Title: Hiking 75 kilometers in the Tonquin Valley. Arriving by highway and unpacking the car. Text: Day 1, Astoria Trailhead, 19.4 kilometers, 12.1 miles. Crossing a wide wooden bridge, four backpackers look upstream to an impossibly steep mountainside. A wide trail of pebbles and rocks ascends moderately through forest, in places mossy and puddled. Approaching a bridge over shallow rapids, the full height of a mountain comes into view. An unobtrusive campground, well signed with a map of the tent sites. Around a picnic table of half-sawn logs, the hikers in sneakers and light clothing break out water and snacks. Bug spray for the neck before the pack goes back on. Down a narrower path padded with pine needles to a stream crossing on raw-hewn planks with a handrail. Two log benches demand a quick lie-down. The forest thins, and the stream turns wide and placid, arriving in the meadow. A short, steep scree trail up a slope of boulders. A sign warns of rock slides. A lush carpet of low scrub speckled with yellow and white blooms. The jagged rampart range of peaks in a row. The hikers halt before an even grander view. A meadow enclosed on three sides by impossibly towering peaks. The Aramite Valley. A squeeze bottle for easy filtering. Filling water bottles from a low footbridge. Looking across water along a vast, flat valley flanked steeply by the ramparts nearby, and by similar crags diminishing into the hazy distance on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope that everyone enjoyed an extended break to grab food or catch up on other life commitments. We'll be starting our next presentation shortly. Just a reminder, information about how to submit questions and how to access ASL can be found in the chat. Our first presenter this hour is Julie Williams. Julie is an educator and activist with 2 decades of experience in policy, outreach, teaching, and qualitative research. As a special projects manager for Montech, the Montana Assistive Technology Program, she provides technology, support, and services that improve the quality of life for Montanans with disabilities. She currently serves on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee at the Rural Institute for Inclusive Committees, is a member of the Montana Independent Living Council Board, is on the board of Montana Women for Peace, Justice, and Equality. She earned her PhD in English from the University of New Mexico in 2017. As an educator and activist at heart, she has taught at universities in New Mexico, California, and Montana, organized a drag story hour, and worked with programs for disabled veterans, substance recovery programs, and mutual aid groups, bringing healthcare to uninsured and homeless populations. Welcome, Julie.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julie Williams. I am a middle-aged white woman with graying dark hair, round tortoiseshell glasses, green eyes, and a light-colored plaid shirt with purple and blue and white in the plaid. I'm going to start screen sharing to start my presentation. So my presentation is titled Accessible Technology in Montana's Parks and Outdoor Spaces. Again, I'm Dr. Julie Williams. I'm the Special Programs Manager at Montech. And here is a picture of me. The picture is of Julie on a mountain with pine trees behind her. She's wearing a tan hat, glasses, purple neckerchief with white dots, and pink t-shirt. Julie is smiling at the camera with the sun shining through the trees behind her. Today, I'm joining you from the intersection of traditional Crow territory and the common hunting grounds in Livingston, Montana, in the USA. And the contents of my presentation are as follows: an introduction to Montana's outdoor spaces. Then I'll cover the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan. I'll introduce Montech, and then go over some of Montech's outdoor accessible technology, and then lastly, a short conclusion. So in Montana, we have a variety of different parks and nature areas. Some of these are national parks. The national parks in Montana are Glacier, which spans the Canadian border and combines with Waterton Lakes National Park, and Yellowstone, which was the first national park in America. The national parks are some of the most famous wilderness and outdoor spaces in Montana, but we also have an entire system of state parks, which is 54 different parks that reflect the natural and cultural heritage of Montana. We have wilderness areas. There are 3.5 million acres across 15 different designated wilderness areas. There are national forests, 9 different designated national forests covering over 17 million acres, and some of those span the wilderness area, so it's not distinct different areas, but they can overlap. There are wildlife refuges, 21 of them statewide, and there are Bureau of Land Management sites, which include national monuments, backcountry byways, recreation areas, and wilderness study areas. Finally, there's city and county parks and outdoor spaces. The national parks has a mission to manage all of the parks to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. The image on the right is of Grand Prismatic Hot Spring in Yellowstone National Park. It's a steaming hot pot with a dark blue center, turquoise ring around that, and then yellow and orange concentric rings following that. And the land surrounding the hot spring is brown and white. Wilderness areas in Montana are a federally designated wilderness, is a natural area with the highest level of protection in the United States. So those areas are usually the most untouched by mankind. So not a lot of roads, most of them are roadless, no services, different than national parks because they are solely meant to be preserving the wilderness rather than also for cultural enjoyment. Wilderness areas are managed by 4 federal agencies: the National Park Service, the U.S. Forest Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Bureau of Land Management. Wilderness areas, like I said, are protected and managed to preserve their natural condition. So they are meant to be outdoor spaces for the sake of the outdoors rather than for enjoyment of people as well, which is part of the mission of national parks. And then the state parks. The mission of Montana State Parks is to preserve and protect our state's cultural, natural, and recreational heritage for the benefit of our families, communities, and local economies. The objectives are to provide excellent land stewardship, public safety, and service through recreation, innovation, and education. The goals are to provide an extraordinary experience for visitors and to keep the state park system strong now and for generations to come. There's an image of Placid Lake State Park on the right with a sign reading boat launch area, and then a dock leading into the lake, trees in the background with a mountain. Here we have the Montana State Parks map. The state parks are depicted as yellow trees with a green ring around them. They are all named across the state, and then we see rivers in blue in the background. In 1936, the State Land Board accepted a land donation from the Northern Pacific Railroad and established the first state park, which was Lewis and Clark Caverns. Today, there are 54 state parks, and they have significance that are important to history, statehood, and then also rich in Native American culture and heritage. So the Statewide Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, or SCORP. This is Montana's 5-year strategy and vision for outdoor recreation and conservation management and planning. The plan covered 2020 to 2024, so it's currently being implemented. Next year is the last year of this 5-year plan. In addition to its value as a planning document, every state in America was required to complete a statewide plan to be eligible for land and water conservation funds. So there was funding tied to this planning process and implementing the plan. So the plan goals and recommendations are as follows. Goal 1, promote outdoor recreation opportunities for all Montanans. Goal 2, enhance public access to outdoor recreation resources and facilities. Goal 3, support economic vitality of communities and state. Goal 4, improve quality of life through outdoor recreation experiences. Goal 5, adapt outdoor recreation for a changing environment. And Goal 6, honor Montana's outdoor legacy. Goal 1 is the goal that I would like to focus on in my presentation today. Promote outdoor recreation opportunities for all Montanans. And I have all underlined and in bold to emphasize how that is going to be focused on. A lot of the outdoor recreation in Montana focuses on ability. So including opportunities for all Montanans means that people with disabilities need to be included as well. So within this goal, the state would like to support outdoor recreation participation for underserved, disadvantaged, and persons with disabilities. In that, they are promoting a statewide effort to inventory outdoor recreation opportunities that meet ADA accessibility standards, support education for recreation providers that encourages the use of access-based standards, and partner with outdoor recreation providers to promote accessible outdoor recreation sites. This is where Montech is a valuable resource to the state. At the top, I have Montech's image. It's a logo in maroon and black with the text "Improving Lives with Technology" underneath. So Montech is the statewide assistive technology program that was funded under the Assistive Technology Act of 1998. The AT Act of 1998, which was amended in 2014, requires states to provide AT services and products that are designed to meet the needs of disabled people. The law also ensures that individuals with disabilities and their advocates are included as participants in the design of AT programs and services in their communities through advisory councils. Montech provides Montanans with access to assistive technology regardless of socioeconomic factors like income. Any Montanan, any age, with any physical or cognitive challenge, including those associated with aging, are eligible to use Montech's equipment loans and services. Montech ships most items anywhere in Montana, free shipping and free return shipping. The few items that they don't ship are just too big to ship, so those are available at the Missoula office or the Billings office for people to pick up. And some of the Montech services to increase access to recreation. First, we have a website to help folks find accessible outdoor recreation opportunities. That web address is http://recreation.ruralinstitute.umt.edu/mt/index.asp. Second, we offer several equipment loan programs, so you may try equipment. Third, we have collaborated with the Missoula Parks and Recreation Program to expand their offerings for inclusive recreation activities, and are currently partnering with agencies across Montana to assess locations for adaptive kayak, canoe, stand-up paddleboard launches at Montana lakes. These launches provide access for paddlers with disabilities to get in and out of their vessel with increased support. And finally, we offer financial loan services should you need assistance purchasing your own recreation gear. So here are some examples of some of the accessible technology that Montech has. The examples are very limited just in terms of the limited space for this presentation. If you go to Montech's website and search outdoor recreation, there is a whole list of AT that is available to Montanans. So the first example that I chose is an accessible kayak. The image is a white kayak with orange and white carrying case. And this is called the Beach LT Oru kayak. It's a foldable, lightweight, and easy to transport kayak. It is equipped with a buckle closure system, adjustable foot and backrest, cockpit and fairing handles, and tension straps. So Montanans with disabilities can use this for up to 30 days. That's the length of the loan. And if they were to purchase this on their own, the estimated cost is over $1,200. The second piece of outdoor AT that I'm highlighting is the folding wheelchair ramp for boating. So this picture is an image of a green raft with blue oars in the water and a wheelchair ramp leading from the shore into the raft. The folding wheelchair ramp for boating is portable, folding, and has 2 tracks with non-skid surfaces, 8 feet long and folded. It folds in half both ways so it can be carried with the attached carry handle. It's primarily intended for wheelchair and other easy loading and unloading onto accessible cataracts. This can also be checked out for 30 days, and were Montanans to buy that on their own, the estimated cost would be over $220. Next is an all-terrain wheelchair. The image is of a red and black wheelchair with large wheels in a snowy field with a mountain barely visible in the background due to fog. This wheelchair is called the Emma X3 all-terrain wheelchair, and it gives stability over bumps and allows it to climb 3 stairs at a time with those large wheels. With the center of gravity over the rear axle, the chair is easily balanced on the rear wheels to make turns or descend hills in a controlled manner using the independent rear brakes. Large wheels inflated between 2 and 4 psi act as suspension for the rider and allow the chair to be pushed over grass, sand, rocks, mud, snow, and even float in water. The tires are filled with enough air to make the chair buoyant. Wheelchair users can be pushed straight into a pool or lake and play right along with everyone else. This also can be checked out for 30 days, and the estimated cost is over $4,000. Finally, we have the Hippocamp Beach and All-Terrain Wheelchair. The image is of a black wheelchair with a blue frame and large white front wheel. The Hippocamp wheelchair offers individuals with disabilities access to difficult terrains that would be impossible to reach in a standard wheelchair. It is designed for trail use and comes with balloon wheels to make beaches and sand accessible. It floats in the water, and the seat is composed of a thick and hydrophobic foam that does not absorb water and dries quickly. The blue sheathed tubes are comfortable to the touch and do not heat up in the sun. This wheelchair also comes with removable armrests, a seatbelt, a harness, headrest, and a transport bag. The estimated cost, if someone was to buy this on their own, would be almost $5,700. So the other program that Montech offers to get people outside is called Wheels Across Montana. This was launched in 2016. It's a statewide program that provides adaptive trikes and biking equipment to Montanans living with disabilities. Our trikes accommodate a range of ages and abilities. The program started with a $75,000 grant from the Dana and Christopher Reeve Foundation. This helped to buy a fleet of about 20 tricycles, which are low to the ground, easy to mount and pedal, and come with handles for parents or caregivers. These trikes and equipment are located in Billings, Fort Peck, Dillon, Helena, and Missoula, so across the state. And on the right, we have an image of one of the trikes. It's a double-seated trike with 2 black seats side by side, a red frame, and a metal basket behind the seats. The current project that Montech is working on is evaluating sites for adaptive kayak, canoe, and stand-up paddleboard launches. So the initial step for this is a launch site evaluation questionnaire. We're asking Montanans to help assess possible locations for adaptive kayak, canoe, SUP launches at Montana lakes. These launches provide access for paddlers with disabilities to get in and out of their vessel with increased support. The questionnaire will assess things like parking, path from parking area to dock, gangway, which is the walkway that joins the path to the dock, and the dock itself to determine accessibility to make sure that these sites will be fully accessible. We have a video here, which I will share the site for. It looks like it did not embed, so hopefully we'll be able to do that live. But this is showing how the adaptive kayak, canoe, stand-up paddleboard launches work. So, concluding points. The variety of agencies that manage outdoor areas in Montana make assessing and ensuring accessibility challenging. There are so many different agencies, both state, federal, that are managing these spaces that all have different rules and regulations and commitments to accessibility. So that is a challenge. The outdoor recreation plan was a great start to valuing Montanans with disabilities' needs and desires to access nature, but progress has been slow, and the current governor and legislature is not prioritizing this aspect of the plan. And final point, Montech is working to provide accessible technology and services so that Montanans with disabilities are able to enjoy the same experiences that all the rest of Montanans value. Outdoor recreation and nature are some of the most valued parts of living in Montana for most people. So it is an important state value that deserves to be implemented fully for people with disabilities. And to do this, more funding is needed to continue these important projects. Finally, here's my contact information if you have any questions or comments. I would love to hear from you. I am Dr. Julie Williams, Special Programs Manager of Montana Assistive Technology Loan Program and the Assistive Technology Ambassador Program. These are run through the Rural Institute for Inclusive Communities at the University of Montana. My email is julie.williams@mso.umt.edu. And you also can find out more at theruralinstitute.org or at my LinkedIn. So thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate you taking the time to learn about this.
Thank you so much, Julie. That was fantastic. Just a note for everyone that we are going to share the link Julie referenced for the video in the chat. So we had a quick question about whether those prices were in Canadian dollars or US. I'm assuming US.
Yes, this is all in US dollars. So I think that with the exchange rate, it would be a little bit more expensive in Canada. And then I answered the other question about whether those are available to visitors as well. They're currently not. But every state, it's federally required that each state has their own AT program. So depending on where you live, if you're in America, you could check things out from your home state and take it on vacation. It's less easy that way to have to bring it with you, but that is currently the way the system works. It's not foolproof. And I don't think there is anything available for international visitors that I know of. But it is available to all Montanans. So if you were visiting someone in Montana, they could check it out for you. And then the third question that I saw on the Q&A is about whether there was items for other types of disabilities. The ones I've chosen to highlight are mostly for physical disabilities. And the answer to that is this is just a very small amount of the technology available. There's AT to address all types of disabilities at Montech. So we have a variety of things that you could check out on the website. And it's just such a wide scope that it's really hard to highlight. So the answer to that is there is other things.
Thank you. I'm just gonna say that's so interesting. I don't think I knew that every state has to have their own adaptive equipment rental organization. So I think that's a fantastic starting point at the very least for people to be able to access equipment in their home states. And then hopefully in the future, we can start to kind of fill in those gaps with making sure that rentals are available to people out of state or internationally as well. Because like you said, it's not, some of those equipment are not the easiest thing to bring with you.
Right. Yeah, it was part of the federal mandate for the AT Act that each state has to have their own program, and how they run that program varies from state to state. So there will be different equipment and different ways that it's available in each state, but each state has one.
That's fantastic. So I think we do have time for one more question, and someone was asking how the equipment is cleaned in between users. So for people with multiple chemical sensitivities who might have reactions to certain types of cleaning products, it could be a bit of a limiting factor for them.
If that is the case for someone, you could reach out to the people at Montech and let them know that, and they could use cleansers that would work with that. So everything is cleaned completely in between uses, do like standard COVID protocols currently. But if you are getting on the website to check something out and then email them and let them know that you would need a specific type of cleanser, then they could work with you on that.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's great to know. I think it speaks to like just the need for adaptations and being flexible in order to kind of meet individual needs along the way.
Yeah, we're really trying to just work with everyone and their own needs and recognize that everyone's needs are unique.
And I think we'll just fit in one last question. Anything that we don't get to, we will collect all the questions and send them over to you to answer in writing if you want to. So we did have a question on things like wait times and trainings, like if there's long wait lines for this type of equipment and whether training is offered to caregivers and people with disabilities to be able to use it.
So the wait times vary. Some items we have multiples of, some we don't. So if someone has it checked out, then the wait time would be that 30 days. If there are multiples, then oftentimes one is in. Trainings are available on how to use the equipment. We have people in both the Missoula and Billings offices that can do either trainings online, or you can come into the office and get trained on how to use the equipment properly before you take it home with you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Julie. So I think that is all we have time for today. So thank you again for joining us and sharing all of that information.
Thank you. It was wonderful.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Haley Flaro. Haley is a vice chairperson of WorkSafe New Brunswick, chairperson of the Accessible Canada Outdoor Spaces Technical Committee, and a board member for the Institute for Research on Public Policy. She has more than 25 years of management and administrative experience in nonprofit and community-based sectors. A leader in health and disability advocacy, she has been making her mark in communities throughout New Brunswick as Ability New Brunswick's executive director since 2006. Haley is a community builder, a published author, as well as a dedicated advocate for persons living with a mobility disability, youth, seniors, and persons living in poverty. Welcome, Haley.
Thank you so much for having me today. Good afternoon from beautiful New Brunswick. I trust everyone will be making a little tourist jaunt out here this summer. Myself, Haley Flaro. Today I'm wearing a sleeveless taupe dress that's outlined with embroidery with white flowers. I have brown hair with lots of summer highlights, and I always wear a ponytail, and I am today. I'm going to share my presentation with you and just want to say how impressed I was to hear what was happening in the last presentation, and give a hello to the Ability New Brunswick team that's here today and our Para-MB program, which actually has a free adapted equipment loan service with over 500 pieces of equipment in it that we loan out in New Brunswick. So I was glad to see a few new devices that we may want to look at ordering, and I just need permission to screen share. Oh, you're going to share it for me? Perfect. Yes, perfect. Great. Just starting off, today I'm here in my role as on the technical committee on outdoor spaces, and really wanted to take some time with you today to really ask for your feedback and input on the outdoor spaces standard that's currently out for public review. I did want to make sure I talked a bit about, the technical committee and the structure around that committee. But first, I want to talk about the Accessible Canada Act. As most of you probably know, it received royal assent on June 21st, 2019. And the legislation created three separate entities: the Chief Accessibility Officer, the Accessibility Commissioner, and Accessibility Standards Canada, of which I'm a volunteer on one of their technical committees. There's a photo here of a friend of New Brunswick's, Chief Accessibility Officer Stephanie Cadu, being presented with a homemade charcuterie board from one of our board members, George, who is wearing a black shirt, has a big smile, goatee, and uses a power chair for mobility. The Accessibility Standards Canada mandate, I just thought I should touch on that a bit to put this presentation into context, but the mandate of Accessibility Standards Canada is to develop and revise accessibility standards, establish technical committees that include experts, people with a disability, industry representatives, and regulators, standards that are published and submitted to the Minister of Accessibility for consideration of turning them into regulation. Additionally, Accessibility Standards Canada will serve as a model will serve as model standards in Canada and promote and support and conduct research about identification, removal, and prevention of accessibility barriers, which hopefully, if you're not familiar with, please go to the Accessibility Standards Canada website to take a look at grants and opportunities for that research. On the next slide, it's a chart with the standards development process that outlines 9 phases, which are really identifying priorities at the Board of Directors level for Accessibility Standards Canada, preparing preliminary documents and notice of intent, which is done by the staff there. 3 is establish a technical committee of, again, which I'm a chairperson and volunteer for 1. That's done by the staff. Draft number 4 is draft the standard. That's done by the technical committee that gets appointed. 5 is public consultation, which I'm going to talk more about in a minute. That goes out to the Canadian public, includes the board of directors and includes staff. 6 is the CEO approval, technical committee vote, chief executive officer reviews and approves. Step 7 is publication of the standard. Accessibility Standards Canada staff are responsible for that. Step 8 is recommending the standard to the minister, which is done by the board of directors, and then maintenance of the standard, adjustments, edits is the responsibility at point number 9 of the technical committee. On the next slide, I just want to talk a bit about the composition of technical committees. So in general, firstly, it's speaker's prerogative. I've used some images of, with their permission, of individuals we work with in our Parasport and Recreation program in New Brunswick and our Accessible New Brunswick program. I hope that there's a picture here of young Claire wearing a beautiful pink flowered swim type suit, using a hippocamp to participate in a splash pad, and the water is splashing up, and she has a lot of joy on her face. The technical committee members are experts with a disability in multiple stakeholder categories, and other experts in multiple stakeholder categories. The next slide talks to you about those categories. So the technical committees generally have persons with a disability and public interest, which include persons with a disability, groups, individuals from consumer and public interest groups. We have a general interest category that includes academic and research bodies, non-government organizations. Myself, as the executive director of a provincial nonprofit, I'm in the general interest group under non-government organizations. The stakeholder categories include policymakers, government bodies, and authorities with jurisdiction in a couple of areas, labor and unions, standards development bodies. And the last category is standards users, which is really critical. Federally regulated industry and workplaces, federally regulated public sector bodies, municipalities and territorial private sector firms, and business and industry. I have another New Brunswick photo here of one of our beautiful accessible trails with one of our service participants in a beautiful red sweatshirt using one of our adapted hand cycles on the trail from our Para-MB Sport and Recreation Equipment Loan Service. And Ryan, who coordinates that program, I'll give him a little shout out because he's on today. And the service participant is identifies as a male. He's wearing glasses with a black hat. So next, the draft standard on outdoor spaces. These were some of the priority areas of focus, which came out of a lot of pre-identified work, work that was done through the consultations for the Accessible Canada Act, work that was done through research led by Accessibility Standards Canada, and feedback and consultations. So some of the areas of focus you will see in the draft standard are outdoor paths, which include trails, paths to beaches, sidewalks, and walkways. It also includes accessible parking because we know how important the journey of the user is right from when you arrive at the facility. Outdoor public use eating areas are really critical. We're really critical in our research and drafting. Outdoor play spaces. You saw and learned of the wonderful Claire who loves to be able to access those outdoor play spaces with the accessible hippocamp. Furniture outdoors, wayfinding, which is so critical, and services, for example, service counters. Maintenance is also a component of the strategy because we hear you. We know that a facility is only as good as its upkeep and its snow removal and the clearance of brush from pathways, all of those important things. There's a photo featured here of that was taken around the launch of Parley Beach, New Brunswick's accessible MobiMat, where one of our service participants is Teresa, who is she's sitting sideways on one of the beach chairs in the beautiful Northumberland Strait. Long dark hair, beautiful smile, white top and black capris, and dangling her feet in the water. And I can tell you this was her first time to a beach in a long, long time. And the equipment in the MobiMat made it possible. The next slide is really about asking for your feedback. I'm really honored to be part of this diverse group from throughout Canada that has been working and researching for the last almost 2 years to get this draft standard ready for your feedback. And we really want it. I've included the website here where you can go to be able to add your comments. It's open for public review. There's a process explained there on how to add your comments, and the deadline, we won't be accepting comments after August 11th, 2023 at 11:59 Eastern time. So please schedule some time in your calendar, because while I'm very impressed with the skills, experience, knowledge, lived experience that was part of our technical committee, it's now time for us to go out to you and get your feedback so we can make it and build it stronger. This last photo is a photo of one of our service participants and ambassadors for our accessibility service in New Brunswick on an outdoor accessible trail using her rollator. She has brownish grayish hair, glasses, a beautiful black and white long tunic top on with orange pants, and her purse is on her rollator, and she is enjoying an accessible trail. I just want to take my last slide is just to take the time to thank you for listening today. It's a wonderful opportunity to be able to verbally tell you about this draft standard being out. We're one of 2 out of the gate, which many more to come forward. And the really vision is among the technical committee, and I know Accessibility Standards Canada, is as we develop and refine these best practice standards based on consultation, significant research, talking to people who've experienced roadblocks, we really want to build the best possible set of standards in all kinds of areas. This one's on outdoor spaces, but take a look at the one on employment. There'll be one on plain language. There's many standards that will be coming out over time, and this is going to help us move these standards to regulation in Canada, and then encourage our provinces like New Brunswick to adopt these regulations in our own accessibility acts. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Haley. That was fantastic. I'll just take a quick second to note for people who joined on the mobile app, we apologize for any issues seeing this slideshow. We will post a link to the PowerPoint on our website underneath Haley's bio. And we're also sharing that feedback link in the chat so that you can provide your feedback to the committee. So we do have time for a couple of questions, Haley. So one thing I wanted to ask personally was, I know my background is public policy, so this stuff really fascinates me and interests me, but I know that there are still problems with legislation and guidelines and stuff. People, as much as we want them to be a floor for accessibility, they often become a ceiling with organizations just doing the bare minimum to meet those guidelines. So I was wondering what sort of mechanisms you think we'll need to put in place to encourage people to not only meet these guidelines and standards, but try and push beyond them.
Excellent, and I'll certainly give my personal opinion, and one that's been echoed by many technical committee members. I always have to remember I'm here representing ASC as a volunteer chair, but it's an excellent question. One of the things I think Canadians were very clear about the Accessible Canada Act and the processes that they wanted in place to ensure that there was more teeth in legislation, regulations, standards. They wanted us to get rid of guidelines because guidelines are optional, even standards are optional, but regulations and legislation has teeth. So I've been very impressed with the process that's been set up with Accessibility Standards Canada to develop these standards with commitments for ministerial looks at moving these into the regulatory process. And I think as Canadians, we all need to hold our governments accountable to continue with those processes. Because I'll tell you, I led consultations for the Accessible Canada Act in New Brunswick, and people were very clear it's time for teeth and not just optional, but time for regulation. So this, I would not have joined a technical committee if I didn't think there was the opportunity for teeth.
Absolutely. Yeah. Fantastic. We also had someone ask if you're not only just taking kind of feedback about questions and changes, but also just kind of comments about philosophical approaches to accessibility and how that should be kind of included in the standards.
That's fair. We're open to all comments. As you know, there's opening narrative. We want to set the stage for a strong message for a standard. So there's multiple opportunities to share some philosophical perspectives as comments. We are looking for tangible, as specific as possible. If someone does have a best practice they want to cite, whether it's philosophical or specific to furniture or materials, or we're very open to those considerations. The technical committee, while a very diverse group, skilled of people of backgrounds, we've been staring at this for a long time, and our arms are open to the feedback, because this is the time where this is how we build it stronger.
Fantastic. Yeah, we actually had someone put in a question there about pathways and the types of material that are kind of best for different types of disabilities and accessibility needs. So that's kind of great that feedback can be provided on both like a detailed level and then also maybe on a broader sort of
in general in standards
approach.
Development, a lot of groups have been afraid to include examples, but I'm actually impressed with the level of examples or illustrations in this document. You know, for example, in New Brunswick, people often think that Ability New Brunswick and our accessibility MB program only wants paved trails, and that's not true. We've seen well-drained trails that have crusher dust that winds up packing into surfaces or other materials used. So, you know, we're about looking at what all the options are and what the feasibility is, and you know, there's no one material that's often preferred by all the groups. So we are certainly open to that. And did we miss some things, and would some more detail be great? Again, I've read the book Thank You for the Feedback enough times now to know that we'll be very thankful for the feedback.
Wonderful. Well, I also had someone ask if Accessibility Standards Canada, if the standards they're creating, how those will relate to the Canadian Standards Association, and whether those things will be kept separate or kind of merged together.
I think that this is a little bit beyond my volunteer pay grade, and so that is a great question. You know, I certainly, knowing on our technical committee the level of collaboration with the Canadian Standards Association, there's tends always to be that type of expertise provided into our work, and there's been a really close collaboration that I'm aware of between Accessibility Standards Canada and CSA. The full vision of how, you know, I know there's a huge commitment to making sure that there's not duplication, that the work of both complements each other. And I've certainly seen that at the technical committee level. So all I can say is, as a volunteer, I'm very hopeful that the roots and foundation is in place for those lines to be delineated very clearly, but the level of partnership is certainly there.
Amazing. Yeah, no, thank you for that. And we can certainly collect all these questions and kind of share them with you in case there's additional insight that the committee at large can be sharing with our audience. So just one last question. You know, you touched on maintenance in the draft standards, which I think is fantastic. We have also heard about how ongoing maintenance can sometimes be an issue where something started out accessible and then a few years down the road, it's not anymore. So kind of, does the committee have any thoughts on where funding should go to ensure that capital investments can be matched with investments for long-term upkeep?
Oh, the F word, the funding word. We tried to stay away from that in the standard. But so a couple of thoughts. One of the proudest moments I think that I experienced observing this committee, I'm a neutral chair. I'm there to guide and ensure good debate and all of those things, even though I have biases about outdoor spaces. My mom lived with a neurological condition all my life. So I've lived with that experience. But it was amazing for Accessibility Standards Canada to say to us, like, you know, change the script, change about what a standard on accessible spaces look like and what's important to you. And initially people were saying, you know, there was discussion about maintenance being off topic, and no, like this group was like, it's always overlooked and we want to change the script on maintenance. So it became an important part of this. We stay away from prescriptive or things around funding, but I agree, a standard moving on to regulation is only as good as the financial policy that follows it. And there's going to be significant education and awareness needed about, and we do a lot of that in my day job in New Brunswick with Ability New Brunswick, about, you know, making sure that we're talking to our city councillors about, did you put enough in the budget for snow clearing at bus stops? Did you put enough in the budget for clearing some trails, some key trails, so people can be active in the winter? Those are really, that education and awareness is going to be really critical, and there's a role for all of us there. But I will say that the standard does not address kind of the funding component of it, but I think by going out of our comfort zone and putting maintenance in it, because we heard it so clearly, will highlight how critical it is going to be for people to change their focus when it comes to maintenance. It's all too often thought of as a last resort.
Absolutely. No, thank you. I think that is all we have time for. So I just want to thank you so much for coming and joining us today and sharing about the outdoor standards. I know it's really meaningful work to everyone who's here watching today, and we're really excited about this progress that's being made in Canada.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a real honor to be a volunteer on this technical committee. The amount of hours and time that the committee is given, I wish I could have time to mention all of them today. And I also want to acknowledge Quinn, who is our project manager, and the other staff from Accessibility Standards Canada that are part of this today. And thank you for them, to their trust, for letting me come and talk about it. But it really is an honor to be part of this process. And I'm going to thank you all now for your feedback. Please go and make your comments.
Thank you, Haley. So yeah, anything that we didn't quite get to, we can post on the website. We can work together to get those questions answered for people, especially kind of around those standards and stuff. So thank you again, Haley. Our final speaker for this hour is Yashoda Sharma. Yashoda is a physiotherapist and a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto in rehabilitation sciences. Yashoda is here representing the Engineering Health Lab and the research team working on the Parks Accessibility Project. The Parks team is made up of half a dozen research analysts and students with varied backgrounds, ranging from engineering to physiotherapy to social sciences. For almost 3 years, the team has been working towards better understanding the barriers that inhibit people with disabilities from visiting national parks in Canada and finding solutions and recommendations for improving that access. Welcome, Yashoda.
Thanks, Allison, for the introduction. My name's Yashoda. I'm a woman with black hair, with my hair tied up in a braid, and I am wearing a burnt orange colored long sleeve that has collars. The overall goal of our project is to make recommendations to the Canadian government on how to improve the accessibility of our national parks. We plan to provide these recommendations to Accessibility Standards Canada for them to consider when developing the Outdoor Spaces Standard. If you have any feedback that you would like to share about our team's research project, please email us at engineeringhealth@uhn.ca or phone us at 416-597-3422 with the extension 7879, and we would be happy to help. Before we get into our presentation, I wanted to introduce you to our multidisciplinary team of engineers, social scientists, and healthcare professionals who share a similar goal of conducting research that's aimed at improving the accessibility of our national parks. This slide has 8 pictures of our research team, and starting from left to right, we have Hannah, Melanie, Wakas, Allison, Ziad, myself, Neha, and Tilak. One key deliverable of this park accessibility project is the accessibility matrix, which we will talk about shortly. This accessibility matrix is a culmination of the findings from all our smaller projects, which are shown on the slide in dark blue boxes with white text. The smaller projects we've been working on to develop this accessibility matrix include conducting park visits to test accessibility assessment tools, a national survey of people with disabilities and their caregivers on their park experiences, a review of the literature and YouTube videos on park accessibility, interviews with people with disabilities and their caregivers to learn more about their park experiences, regular meetings with our stakeholders, and of course, our 2022 conference that some of you might have already attended. Ultimately, we're hoping this accessibility matrix can be a tool that land managers can use to communicate with park visitors about what programs or activities that they have to offer, and also plan improvements for their parks in the future. Today's presentation will focus on these separate inputs or these smaller sub-projects. Of the 6 sub-projects that we have, today we are going to focus on the preliminary findings of our national survey and the review of academic literature and scoping review. These boxes are highlighted in orange on the screen. At the end of our presentation, we are also going to touch on the remaining projects, which are the park visits, interviews, meeting with stakeholders, and our 2022 conference. Now let's talk more about what this accessibility matrix is. Our team is envisioning the accessibility matrix as a usable guide for land managers. On the horizontal axis of this matrix, we will list different activities one can participate in when visiting a national park, such as hiking or getting information. On the vertical axis will be the list of everybody's needs, such as mobility needs, sensory needs, or cognitive needs. And within each cell of the matrix, we will have different solutions or examples of how park visitors can have meaningful participation during their visit. So, for example, if you are someone who has sensory needs, particularly vision needs, you can see that guide ropes might be a solution that can help enhance your experience when hiking a trail. The first sub-project we are going to talk about is the park survey. We surveyed people with disabilities and caregivers who visited a national or provincial park in the last 3 years. Our objective was to learn about their experiences planning their park visit, traveling to the park, participating in activities at the park, and we wanted to hear about their thoughts and feelings about their park visit after it happened. This was a bilingual survey that we administered for 1 year, and nearly 750 participants' responses were collected. We first asked participants about how they planned their trip for the park. And for trip planning tools, more than half of people with disabilities and caregivers stated that they did use the Parks Canada or provincial park website or a telephone line. Other sources of information that assisted people with disabilities and their caregiver in planning their trip were using social media, so things like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube, or travel websites like Expedia, TripAdvisor, and Lonely Planet. Then we asked participants about getting to the park. 2/3 of participants said they use a personal vehicle to get to the park, followed by taxi, public transit, chartered buses, and other. Participants noted that lack of accessible transportation and lack of accessible wayfinding information and financial costs were barriers for them getting to the park. We have a lot of survey results, but today we just wanted to highlight a few of the themes that we found so far. So preliminary qualitative results of the survey show the importance of information, assistance, and transportation to a person's travel to a park. When considering information, it's important that not only do we provide up-to-date and accurate information to park visitors, but that we also deliver the information in a way that can be easily understood by all visitors. So some examples of this are including ASL, Braille, and audio description. Assistance is also important for park visitors. This is having the opportunity for assistance to be provided to people with disabilities by their caregivers, family, or even park staff and volunteers. And finally, as previously discussed, transportation was really important for people with disabilities and their caregivers. Finding ways to not only make travel to the park accessible, but also considering within park transportation to take people to different sites within the park or by having sightseeing buses. One of the things that we really wanted to highlight were the positive experiences people with disabilities had when visiting our national parks. So some examples of participant lived experiences are presented as quotes on the slide, and now I'm going to read them for you. One participant said, "Creating more accessible trails like the one in Strathcona Provincial Park would help those in wheelchairs with trouble walking in rough terrain and families." Another participant said, "Elk Falls Provincial Park had a lot of benches compared to the other parks we have visited, which is great." Another participant also commented on the accessible showers at Rath Trevor Provincial Park Campground. And finally, another participant talked about the great wheelchair accessible trails and tactile stimulus on the trail at Lorette Ponds in Kananaskis. Our next subproject is the scoping review of academic literature. The objective of this scoping review was to look for articles about people with disabilities at national parks or equivalent settings and about barriers and facilitators to participation. We focused on evidence that was produced in academic settings as documented in journal articles, conference proceedings, and dissertations or theses. A total of 18 databases were searched, 3,552 records were screened, and 42 records were included in the final review. A number of themes were found in this scoping review. Here we are just going to talk about a few. The first theme is about information for accessible trip planning, which highlights the importance of providing people with disabilities information necessary to inform their park visit. This theme includes information related to the importance of sharing easy to understand and digestible information in a multitude of ways, including images, captions, and sign language on websites and throughout social networks to allow for a greater reach. The next theme was virtual/mediated experiences. This theme discusses the use of simulations of outdoor activities in cases where participating in outdoor activities can be very challenging or difficult. Virtual experiences were also very helpful during COVID-19 because it allowed people to participate in outdoor park-related activities from home when things were shut down. Recreation areas was another theme. This theme touches on how to make trails, visitor centers, and exhibits accessible for people with varying disabilities, including those with visual and mobility impairments. The Routes and Trails theme discusses how trails can be designed to be accessible. And finally, the theme of audio/text descriptions discusses how printed material may be a barrier in national parks, particularly to those with vision or reading difficulties. Using audio description of written materials was an example of a facilitator or a way to enhance printed materials. Overall, there are two key takeaways from conducting the scoping review. The first is that we need to think of accessibility more broadly than before. Accessibility means something different to different people, which was also highlighted in our 2022 conference, which demonstrates the importance of understanding that accessibility is not a one-size-fits-all term. Next, as we were going through our review, we realized that we might need to consider people with communicative, deafblind, cognitive, or hidden disabilities. Examples of hidden disabilities might be people with immunological disorders or those with fatigue. Now, one of the things our team has noticed is the rising amount of articles on park accessibility. On this slide is a graph that shows the rise in publications in 2021 alone in a red vertical bar. As academic literature on accessible park resources are growing, we knew we needed to think of a way to continue to gather and track these sources efficiently for the foreseeable future. Thus, our project collaborators, Dr. Hussein Rouhani and Dr. Sarah Hushmand from the University of Alberta, are working to help complete these reviews more efficiently. As previously stated, finding a way to synthesize the barriers and facilitators to park accessibility in an efficient manner is imperative to making these spaces more accessible in the real world. Conducting traditional academic scoping reviews, like the one that we've just conducted, typically takes over 12 to 18 months to complete and requires a lot of manual effort. Dr. Rouhani and Dr. Houshmand are working on leveraging artificial intelligence to allow us to conduct academic reviews in a more timely fashion while ensuring the comprehensiveness and accuracy of results. The team is working closely with people experienced in conducting scoping reviews related to park accessibility to gather their input and expertise that can be translated into using artificial intelligence to efficiently identify relevant research related to barriers and facilitators to park accessibility. Ultimately, using artificial intelligence has the potential to help us identify more rapidly barriers and facilitators that impact park accessibility for people with disabilities. This can help facilitate faster knowledge translation to stakeholders like park organizations and park visitors. When conducting our review of academic literature, our team realized that the search was going to be quite limited and that it would be beneficial to seek barriers and facilitators from other sources of information. With the rising interest in social media, we quickly landed on YouTube videos. To orient you to the slide, we have an image on the right-hand side of the screen with a gentleman in an electric wheelchair in a forest. So we wanted to conduct a scoping YouTube review search because we knew that it would be full of rich perspectives about barriers and facilitators that people are experiencing during their visits. Our YouTube search produced 19,000 videos, and after excluding videos based on our inclusion and exclusion criteria, a total of 308 videos were included in the final review. The videos we chose were a mix of lived experience videos, webinars, news clips, conference proceedings, and panels. Most videos were based in the United States, and some were from Canada, Europe, and Australia. Surprisingly, 95% of the videos mentioned facilitators to park access. Most commonly reported facilitators were physical, so either natural or architectural, adaptive equipment, so usually the presence of adaptive equipment, and policy governance. 63% of the videos mentioned barriers to park access, and the most commonly reported barriers were physical, policy governance, and social barriers. To summarize, in this review, some areas that require action to improve accessibility would be to 1, ensure accessibility of terrains and amenities, 2, provide special access programs such as discounted access programs, 3, ensure representation of people with disabilities in marketing materials or advertising, and 4, provide rentals for adaptive equipment for people with disabilities. Now we are going to finish this presentation by discussing some other work. On this slide, highlighted in orange, are the 3 other sub-projects that we will briefly touch on: park visits, interviews, stakeholder meetings, and the 2022 conference. Aside from the smaller sub-projects already shared, our team is also working on testing out different accessibility assessment tools in some of Canada's parks. This is because one of the goals of our project is to determine how well accessibility assessment tools work in some Canadian parks. So far, we tested 2 accessibility assessment tools at the following parks: Thousand Island National Parks and Georgian Bay National Park in Ontario, Cape Breton Highlands National Park, and Kejimkujik National Park and National Historical Site in Nova Scotia. We are also in the process of completing in-depth interviews with a sample of the survey participants to better understand their experiences visiting national parks and provincial parks in Canada and what they would like to see improve in their park visits. Our stakeholder meetings are ongoing, where we solicit feedback from a group of people with disabilities and park organizations to see where we can improve our work, but also to show our progress. Finally, our last sub-project we have not touched on was our 2022 conference. If you are interested in wanting to learn more about our 2022 conference, please visit our website at www.engineeringhealth.ca to see the video recordings and our blog post on our top 10 takeaways. Thank you very much for listening, and we are now open to taking any questions.
Thank you, Yashoda. So Yashoda and I are happy to take any questions about the research that we've been doing. I saw a question come in about some of the demographics around the survey participants. So I can take that one. So the survey has now closed. It ran for about a year, from October 2021 to October 2022, roughly. We had almost 750 responses, and it was about a 50-50 split on people with disabilities and caregivers. Of the people with disabilities, about 2/3 reported complex disabilities, which we categorized as 2 or more disabilities, and 1/3 reported a singular disability. The most common reported disabilities were pain, mobility, and flexibility. We also asked caregivers if they themselves have a disability, as this isn't uncommon. About 75% reported not having a disability, 10% reported having a singular disability, and 9% reported having 2 or more disabilities. Of the 72 caregivers that reported having a disability, the most commonly reported were pain, mental health, and hearing. For ages, participants ranged from like 18 to in their 80s, with the most common response falling in the 31 to 50 age bracket. We did have about 54% of responses from women, 40% from men, and the rest, there were some people who identified as non-binary or gender fluid and other. I think that's all I have for right now in front of me for the demographics on the survey. I will add that we are in the process of getting a lot of papers published. The scoping review paper and the YouTube review paper will be published soon. We're hoping to submit those soon. And then we are currently working on the survey and the interview paper. So we have had asked to see the accessibility matrix again. I don't know if it's possible for us to pull up that slide during the Q&A. If it isn't, we can definitely post the presentation, kind of add that to our conference website. We also have additional videos about our research on our YouTube channel. I feel like I've just monopolized all of Yashoda's Q&A here. I don't know if Yashoda, you had anything to add to any of that.
The one thing that I can add is our primary investigator, Tilak, also made a presentation about our team's work at a conference out at the University of Guelph. So we can post a link to his conference talk in the chat here as well, so people can kind of get more of an idea of what this accessibility matrix is, and also more information about our projects.
Wonderful, thank you. And yeah, just to confirm with people, the survey has closed. We aren't taking any more responses at this time, but we are hoping to continue this research into the future with, hopefully some additional grant fundings, kind of digging deeper into park accessibility. So, there could be opportunities in the future. Please get in touch with our research team if you want to keep hearing about our research or find ways to get involved. So yeah, I think we've got that Guelph link coming into the chat, and we can probably leave it there for now. I think we've addressed all of the questions.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm just going to add one more point to address Laura's comment. So the accessibility matrix is still in the process of being developed. So once it's finalized, we'll have more information to share about that, but we can at least send the link to the presentation to kind of give more background information on what it's turning out to be.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of this research is going to be, the results of it will be submitted back to Accessibility Standards Canada to help inform the outdoor technical standards, as well as other guidelines and standards that they're working on. However, I know when we publish our papers, we're going to be making those like open access. And, we're very keen to make as much of our research accessible as possible. We have had another question come in, which I think we just have time for. And if we've connected with research and researchers outside Canada, there was a lot of stuff done in the USA in the 1990s after the passage of the ADA.
Thank you for the great question. So actually around this time last year at our conference, we did connect with different people outside of Canada, particularly researchers in Australia as well, to learn more about how they're kind of targeting accessibility of their parks. So that is a research team that we've connected with.
I wasn't quite listening. We also connected with researchers in Australia as well as across Canada to kind of learn more about the work kind of going on. We've also been in contact with a researcher in Spain with her work on outdoor accessibility and wheelchair accessibility of trails. But yes, we're certainly always hoping to make more connections if anyone wants to reach out to us. All right, so I think that's all we have time for. We can grab any other questions that are coming up and we can address those on our website. We will now be taking a short break. Our next session will start at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will be a panel discussion. Please use the next few minutes to take a screen break, get some fresh air, or move your body. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Our session this hour is a panel discussion with Mayan Ziv and the mappers from Access Now and Access Outdoors. Access Now is an internationally recognized accessibility app that relies on crowdsourcing for up-to-date information about the accessibility of places and buildings. Access Outdoors is their newest venture into mapping the accessibility of parks and trails. Using the Access Outdoors mobile app, mappers are capturing real-time insight shared by people with disabilities in collaboration with organizations across North America. This cutting-edge technology helps to capture the authentic experience of accessibility outdoors based on diverse lived experiences out on trails. Once captured, unique insight about trails is shared on the Access Now platform, where users can discover accessibility reviews regarding slope, terrain, amenities, and much more. Moderating the panel today is Mayan Ziv. Mayan is the creator and CEO of Access Now and Access Outdoors. She is a well-known figure in the disability community, known for leading a movement, challenging norms, and empowering others to make the future accessible and inclusive for all. Mayan has been recognized for her work with numerous awards, including MIT's Technology Reviews Innovators Under 35 and Canada's Top 40 Under 40. Joining her today is Heather Hutchinson and Richard Peter. Heather is an Amazon best-selling author of Holding On by Letting Go, a memoir, an award-winning singer-songwriter with 4 albums released to date. Blind since birth and having faced mental health struggles from a young age, she is passionate about educating and connecting with people on disability and mental health through her music, writing, and advocacy. She is a content creator with a large and engaged social media following and a frequent guest on national television and radio programs and renowned podcasts across the globe, singing and speaking to share her messages of hope. Richard is a highly decorated Canadian Paralympian. Richard has been using a wheelchair since being injured in a bus accident at 4 years old. When he was 15, he was introduced to the world of wheelchair basketball and became a staple on Team Canada after making the senior men's national team in 1994. He went on to represent Canada at the Paralympics, winning gold medals in 2000 and 2004, a silver medal in 2008, a third gold medal in 2012, and a world championship title in 2006. He has also been recognized off the basketball court. In 2010, he was inducted into the BC Sports Hall of Fame, and in 2012, he received a National Aboriginal Achievement Award for his outstanding accomplishments. Welcome, Mayan, Heather, and Richard.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure to be here. And hello to everyone tuning in this afternoon. My name is Mayan Ziv. And thank you, Allison, for those fantastic introductions. It means we can now skip the introductions. I am speaking to you today from my virtual office. My background is showcasing Banff, and it's a gorgeous view. It's a place on my list that I've never been to, but I would love to visit. I have short, shoulder-length brown hair. And today we're getting into a conversation with Heather and Richard about the importance of lived experience of disability as it comes to accessibility of the outdoors. As founder and CEO of Access Now, we take pride in our ability to engage people with disabilities like myself, who also uses a wheelchair, to engage in all of the work that we do. And over the course of the pandemic, we learned about not just physical spaces, bricks and mortar, but also the importance of the outdoors. So it's fantastic to be here today to share our knowledge, our insights, and to dive into the worlds that Heather and Richard live through and what we can learn from. And in collaboration with partners like Trans Canada Trail and the UHN and many others, we've been able to engage folks across the country to educate, review, and highlight the importance of accessibility across parks and trails. And two of our expert mappers are Heather and Richard, who have both had the opportunity to work with Access Now, also educate our teams on the importance of accessibility and elements as we kind of continue to engage. And I'm really excited to get into this conversation with both of you today. So thank you both for joining us. I'm going to start with you, Heather, and just ask kind of an intro question on what was your first experience with navigating and engaging in outdoor spaces?
So growing up, my family did a lot of outdoor activities. One of my earliest memories is of me learning to ride a bike when I was camping, and one family member or another was tasked with running after me because I didn't know the space. So trying to keep me from crashing into anything. But we did a lot of outdoor things, and we just kind of made it work. And then when I was about 6 or 7, we went to sort of like a resort that was actually designed by a man who was blind. So it had things like tactile markers on the trails, braille in obvious and logical places. And it was a really enlightening experience for me, because it was the first time I really realized that I could move through the world with more ease and grace with just a few really pretty simple modifications.
Thank you, Heather, for that. We're going to come back to that because I want to know more about some of those specific modifications that you mentioned. But Richard, let's go over to you as a decorated Paralympian who's trained in multiple different types of places. Can you share with us a bit about kind of what accessibility in the outdoors means to you and why is it important?
Maybe even, hi there, everybody. Thanks for inviting me onto the panel here today. For me, of course, also being Indigenous, to explain a bit more self, and then I've been disabled since 77. So I've had quite a few years of experience in this realm, I guess. And so I just add that mainly because I think growing up with a disability, that definitely, I always say it changes your lens, your glasses that you see things through, because that does make a bit of a difference in that you do see, you know, whether it's a playground, whether you're going out and playing ball hockey or any activity that, you know, that you're going to try to do, that you see it in a different light at times. And I think it was great for me and my family too, growing up, and that they started to see every activity that we did outdoors. We said, all right, how can we adapt it so that I can participate too? And so that was one of the big things. And even I'll say equipment wise, in that I would adapt my own wheelchair to make it easier. You know, as a child growing up, I always wanted to be very active, be involved, participate, and sometimes my chair, which, because this was back in the 70s, early 80s, that the chairs back then were not as high tech and as light and as strong as they are nowadays. So I always try to adapt my chair to make sure it was, I guess, let me get out there and be as adventurous as I could be, and try as many sports and get out there and be a kid.
I love that. And I love also kind of what you're alluding to about your desire to be outdoors and adventurous with it, and not, you know, to kind of just take the easy path, but to even challenge the way that you would set up your own wheelchair to accommodate the types of experiences you were looking to have. So thank you, Richard, for kind of bringing that into the conversation. I think we might come back to that in a bit, because it's an important one, which maybe leads me to ask you, you know, when you're looking at spaces that you engage with, what are some of the considerations you look for when it comes to accessibility?
Well, first, equipment wise. So whether, if, like, let's say a couple of weeks ago, I went up to the interior, BC interior, and I heard that you could rent a hand cycle. And so that's one thing that I looked into, rather than me transporting my own hand cycle to the interior. And so transportation, with any extra equipment, that's always an issue. And then also with the park, just to see if it is got a wide enough bike lane for a hand cycle to get out and venture into. And so that's one of the big things that we're always looking into, just to see what is available, if it is easy or hard. I mean, that's always the big thing to say, all right, well, if I'm gonna want to work hard at this and make it accessible, or if I'm just want to go for a nice cruise. So that will always change a few different factors. And with any activity, well, it's easy just to say access, whether it is, even from everything from whether it's just the path, but whether it's washrooms too, that makes a huge difference as to whether, that's going to make the day a bit more enjoyable also, as long as you can access the washrooms. And so there's a lot of small points that, do get brought up depending on, well, with different disabilities also. Maybe to add that I'm an incomplete paraplegic, and so I use a manual wheelchair. And so for me to get out there and enjoy the outdoors, I can do it in my manual chair, but there's now a lot more accessible equipment that I can add onto my chair, whether it is a hand cycle, where there's a front drive wheel that can make it easier for me to roll around in all terrain, areas and different chairs. And so that does make an effect as to, I guess, as I say earlier, how adventurous I want to be at that time.
So what I'm also hearing that you're kind of outlining is the freedom of choice, so that accessibility can vary depending on what you're looking to do that day, what equipment you're working with, the ease of access you have to that equipment, how you would even get that equipment to the place you want to go to. And all of these variables can change what you look for within your outdoor experience.
Yeah, very true.
Cool. Yeah. And what about you, Heather? You've got a different perspective on kind of what you look for when it comes to access, and maybe some overlap. Would love to hear, what are some of the considerations you look for that you kind of briefly mentioned earlier when it comes to engaging with independence within a park or trail?
Yeah, for sure. I think there definitely is some overlap. So I'm always looking for accessible experiences. And as Richard mentioned, like if you can rent equipment, for example, I love tandem biking, but bringing a tandem bike with me if I'm traveling is not very practical. So is there going to be a place where I can rent equipment that will enable me to participate in the activity? And a big one for me in the outdoors is terrain. If I'm going to be using my cane, loose gravel is really difficult, or paths with a lot of obstructions or roots, and paths with a lot of overhead obstacles too, because my cane is down on the ground. So if obstacles are at head height, I'm not necessarily going to find them. So I like to look for nice open spaces and fairly easy terrain to navigate. So I'm not, it takes a lot of effort for me if I'm traversing paths with a lot of roots and things like that, just to really pay attention to my footing, because I'm not watching where I'm going.
And okay, I'm gonna dig a little bit deeper on exactly that point, Heather. What would you say, based on your experiences, are some of the most common barriers that you come across?
There's not a lot of Braille or maps like when you visit parks and things like that. There's a lot of printed information for people, and maps, and just information about like the difficulty of the trails, things like that. That information is not presented in Braille usually, and it can be even hard to access with technology online. Not all that information is available. So I would say that's a big one, is just even having access to the information I need to make those decisions. And things even like tactile strips, like tactile guides and things like that to follow on the trails are huge for me and make my life so much easier. But you don't really see a ton of those kinds of things out on the trail because they are a little bit trickier to implement sometimes in bigger spaces.
Really good points there. And things for us definitely to keep in mind as we talk about throughout this conference, ways to increase access or remove barriers. I think already we're highlighting elements that can be developed into plans for future, as well as kind of removing barriers for today. Even something as clear, as simple as kind of removing overhead branches and making sure that there's a space for people to navigate through without getting, whacked in the face by a big overhead tree branch is something that is a component of accessibility that might not always be considered or defined that way. So thank you, Heather, for highlighting that for us. And also, I just want to be clear, like Richard, Heather, if you guys want to tap in on each other's points, I am playing moderator, but I also want to make sure that you guys feel like you can just jump in whenever you want. I am going to ask you, Richard, if there are additional barriers, common barriers, or things that you see that come up a lot that you would want to highlight as well.
I would say, even now there's probably a bit more access in regards to utilizing people with lived experience. Because I know I've been to different areas, as I talk about that, I'm always checking out new parks, new trails, and I heard of one area that did have a great boardwalk, which like, oh, you should go check this out. It's awesome. It's nice and wide. So I went and checked it out, and then it is a great boardwalk, but then of course had one step up to it. so that's how, that's a common, well, actually I won't say common, but the truth of it is, yes, it does happen often. That's where it just shows that they didn't quite necessarily have a bit more input or thought to say, yes, we made a great boardwalk for everybody to access to make it a bit easier, but it's not fully accessible. That it did take 1 or 2 steps to get up into it, and luckily, well, I guess I was feeling a bit more adventurous that day, so actually I transferred out, then picked my chair up, and then somehow got back up onto the boardwalk, which really was pretty yeah, I got lucky that day that nothing bad happened that day. But so that's one thing to add, that sometimes there are some great ideas and concepts, but to get a bit more lived experience input, that would make things fully accessible, and on all realms too, just to make sure it's accessible for all different levels of disabilities, and yeah, just for everyday use.
Yeah, I've definitely been there. I mean, I've got a pretty heavy power chair, so I find when I'm coming across a barrier, like even one step in a trail that I've been kind of following along for a little while, and all of a sudden I've got this step and there's no alternative path, and now it's literally just turning around and retracing where I came from. It can be not the most fun of moments. Especially when you've got a destination you want to go to, or you're just kind of in the moment and enjoying it. So yeah, I've been there. I can empathize with that experience. I'm glad that you were feeling adventurous that day. I don't think I would be able to do the same, although I have been creative at times. So we find pieces of wood, or, friendly folks that are passing by who are always willing to assist, but it's not always the safest way to get through. So thanks for highlighting that. And both of you have mentioned the importance of kind of, or at least trying to find out, you mentioned, Richard, someone had told you about the boardwalk. Heather, you mentioned the importance of kind of accessibility of maps and signage. And I obviously, as some folks on the call might already guess where I'm going with this, I want to talk about the importance of information. So when it comes to accessing information about the accessibility of spaces that you want to experience outdoors, what's been your experience like to date on that? And feel free, either of you, to jump in on this answer.
Sure, I can start. It's always a big list of a bit of everything too, to say, well, yes, we'd like to go check out this trail or this area. That's great. But then, for anybody with a disability, it's looking into accommodations, it's looking into transportation. It's, if there is transportation available, but is that accessible for all disabilities? First, if they provide transportation, then all right, well, no, need to bring my own vehicle. And then same thing as we talked about earlier, if there's any equipment that would help with this, then that's always, the next step too. And equipment, whether it's rentals or whether we look to buy it, that's always, I think, well, I'm sure everybody here or a lot of people are part of a few different chat rooms. It is talking to another peer, or if you do hear of somebody who has gone to Banff and checked it out, and I'm like, all right, here, let's see how good those trails are. And so that's one of the big things too, to say, all right, let's find out who else has done this. And so it's always a lot of different circles. And nowadays with social media, there's a lot more access along those lines. And same thing, well, even with the app, hopefully you can say, all right, well, here, let's take a look there and see if anybody's ventured out that way. And one of the big things that I always mention too, as I did it here in Vancouver with some of the mapping, it was even with the other person that had a disability, I said, well, let's talk about different levels of disability. I'm like, it might be accessible for you today, but it's not so accessible for somebody else. And with the different pieces of equipment, that makes a huge difference also. And so I always try to, I guess always thinking outside the box at times.
Yeah. And it sounds like you're talking, what I'm hearing is that the information that you look for is also coming from folks that you can trust, that have a certain amount of lived experience or ability to convey a perspective that would reflect what you're looking for. Is that a fair assumption to make based on what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, there's always difference too, whether it is personal travel or whether it is for work or with other groups. And so, well, here, let's, there might be a group of us say, hey, let's go check out this park. Let's go see how accessible it is. It says it is accessible. Let's go rate it. And so that's one big thing too, that a bunch of us will go and get together. And even, even with new devices right now, I have a front drive device that attaches onto my chair and turns my chair into a bit of a scooter. And so we said, all right, let's start checking out different trails. And so we've done that all over the Lower Mainland and BC and Whistler. And so that's one thing that a group of us will say, let's go check it out. And same thing. So we'll check out, just as Heather was talking about, of how hard packed the path is, whether there's a lot of rocks or it's loose gravel or if it is sandy, and that makes a huge difference. And then always saying, all right, it says there's a washroom here. Let's see how accessible it is. And so, and the grade, it's always the grade of anybody with a disability or anybody in a chair, of how steep the grade is. That makes a huge difference as to whether you can manage that or not that day.
Yeah, I also think it's really interesting that in your answer, you're telling me that you're actually questioning whether the information told to you is true. So you're hearing it's accessible, but you and your friends are saying, okay, let's go find out if it actually is. So there's a difference between some of the information that's been shared with you and the level of trust that you have about whether that information is true to what you're looking for. Is that correct?
I'd say as a person with a disability, we encounter that every day. Even if it's a restaurant, let's say a city hall, any building, whether it's school, at any level, it's to say, oh, yes, we have wheelchair access that's around the corner or up this ramp. And, I have seen it where you go up the ramp and then, there is one step or a door that doesn't open the correct way and makes it that much harder. So it happens everywhere. And I guess, maybe that's just years of experience to go, I'll go check and see how accessible it is.
Yeah, I can relate. Absolutely. And Heather, I'd love to kind of hear your perspective on this in terms of, what your experience is when it comes to accessing reliable information that helps you make decisions when it comes to accessibility outdoors.
Yeah, I completely agree with Richard. Sometimes even, on Google or on websites, you can actually see it'll say accessible, and then you go there and what accessibility means to me might not be the same as what it means to somebody else. So I think Richard brought up a really important point, that lived experience is so crucial in examining these things and getting accurate information. And I think diverse lived experience is even more important, because everyone's experience with disability is going to be different. So what works for one person isn't necessarily going to work for another person. And I think that's where apps like Access Now are so powerful, because you have different ratings from different people, different experiences. Everybody is going to have a different experience with those things, and you can get really accurate, important information that is relevant to you and your specific needs.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Heather. I mean, obviously I'm biased because I am repping Access Now all the time, but I think you nailed it in terms of the importance of multiple perspectives chiming in on experiences that they're quite unique and personal. You know, every person looks for different things when it comes to the outdoors, not just when it comes to the accessibility of those spaces, but also in terms of the type of trip or travel that they're looking to do, whether it's, you know, a leisurely stroll or something more challenging, or a multi-day trip, or, you know, where to stay. There are so many elements that can come up, and it really depends on what you're looking for. So that concept of kind of providing multiple perspectives and the freedom to choose, I think is something that, in my opinion, is, as being in this space with you both, is something that I wish I saw more of. And so that's going to lead me to my next question about kind of what you wish park authorities or folks that are responsible for organizing the outdoor spaces, what is it that you wish people would know when it comes to your needs specifically, or general accessibility? Obviously, we could spend hours talking about just this. So I'll give you that prompt to think on something that you would start with, or something you would want to highlight.
Sure, I can jump in. I mean, just being universal too, because even especially with buildings and parks, and it's different. You know, sometimes, especially here in Canada, it can be different within countries, or I mean, provinces, and then difference within each parks, and so that's one big thing, and that's, you know, actually I can refer to somebody just asked a question in the Q&A and talking about, let's take a look at it, how fully accessible it is, and that's always a big difference. Like, I can really see, I'm sure all of us have experienced it, that we see something that is designed accessible, but because building codes are so different within each different city, province, that it can be different within each different trail that we go into. And so that's one of the big things. And, you know, right now, accessible outhouses on some of these trails, you know, that's a huge topic to see how accessible that is too. And you know, it'll be different in each different area. You know, just refer to that question again, that what one day might be accessible in one park is going to be different the next day if you go to a different section or a different park the next day. And that's always the big trouble, is to, you know, it'd be great if everything was very universal and consistent, because that's always a bit of a challenge that we, you know, we'll go check it out, and it is sometimes, you know, hit and miss. As he talked about, you know, you might be going down a trail, and unfortunately you get to a part of it or the end of it and go, all right, it was 50% accessible or 100% accessible. And it's like, all right, let's turn around and go back the other direction. And so that's a bit of the challenge there.
Mm-hmm. And what about you, Heather? What is something you wish people who could make a difference, or who are responsible for these spaces, what's something you wish that they would consider, or that you think that they need to know?
I think uniformity is key, especially in things like accessible washrooms. Like, for me, when things are always in different places, that can be really challenging in spaces like that. And then also just consulting with people with lived experience. I would love to see that happening more. For example, I recently found a place, it's a walking path that they redid with a bike lane, and they put in a tactile strip, which you see like at the edge of subway platforms or crosswalks. They put it part of the way along after the bike path started, and it goes for like 6 to 8 feet, and then it abruptly ends in a pole. So I mean, I'm sure that whoever designed this did it with the best of intentions, but I'm also pretty sure that they didn't consult anybody with lived experience, because as a blind person, that made zero sense to me.
Yeah, so that mismatch between intention and actual outcome sometimes occurs when you don't engage people who actually have those needs to do basic user testing. Richard, I see that you unmuted. Do you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think let's add to also that it is great when I do hear of bike paths or different groups that are getting that experience and getting that lived experience to get out there and help out. And so I think that's great when it does happen. I think now, I don't know if now is right now is a better movement right now, or that there is more action and more participation from different levels. And it's not just talking about wheelchair access, it's people who are, a mother with a baby stroller, other people, people with walkers, and for the older population that do, would like a wider space to walk in. And so that's always great that it is starting to happen. And even now within, let's say, with the biking community, that there's a lot more electric bikes. And so that's making it, again, changing sort of their concepts. And because a lot of devices that we will utilize will be electric and motored. And, we haven't really touched on it now of talking about, let's say, charging stations for any of that to happen, because that's one thing that we've got to look into also, that if we're going to do, we can do a short ride, but if we want to do a longer distance, then we have to think about, should we bring an extra battery, or how do we charge our devices? And so that's a bit of the difference too, that even if there is accommodations on some of these sites, then that's one question that I always bring up too, like, all right, where can you charge all of our devices? Because it is, whether it's your chair, another piece of equipment that you're utilizing. So I always say, let's think about that aspect also.
Yeah, so it's dynamic in terms of, whether we're looking at elements of terrain and tactile signals, whether we're looking at amenities or opportunities to have experiences, whether it be rental or programming on the ground. I love that element of charging. There's so many different facets to the outdoors, and each one of them has a lens that can be applied to when we talk about accessibility, right? So, if you're going to put in picnic tables, is there a longer edge on one for me, as an example, as a wheelchair user, to come and sit with my friends, or am I kind of, off to the side, feeling like I wasn't really invited to sit at the table, quite literally? So just another random example. And this is something I know we've talked about, the three of us, before, when it comes to, what are those signals? I'm hearing about the mismatch, right? Like the difference between intention and outcome, or the lack of authenticity or trust that might come along with some of the data that's presented, even when you are looking for answers about where you'll go and how you'll access spaces. What are some of the signals that you look for that lets you know that your lived experience or that your perspective has been built in? Can you think of an example in which that kind of gave you the feedback you were looking for?
That's such an easy question. Yes. I guess, well, it's easy to talk about washrooms too, and just seeing if that's, adaptable. It's great that, we've been part of a few different ventures that have started to make some trails, and it's to say, all right, well, let's talk about even the grade also. All right, yeah, if it's a very steep incline, then whatever electrical device that I've got that day, or if I don't, it's still going to be hard. So, all right, let's talk about having easier grade that makes it can be that much more adaptable and accessible for everybody. And then washrooms, and it's like, all right, how do we get to an acceptable washroom? And it is very tough, but to say, well, here, let's pave or make it a boardwalk to the washrooms to make that bit that much easier. because this is outdoors, and because for me, it sometimes just takes a little pebble, a pine cone, a little branch, and then that can make me all right. I'm making a rush to the washroom or doing whatever, going down a hill and going a bit faster, and then it takes one little twig, and that's going to change the day, or hopefully not, but change my view of the park, and then I'm now on the ground. And so that's one thing of making it that much more accessible. I mean, Heather touched on it too, that if there is any other just the terrain, just with how accessible it is, and that's the big thing. I always ask the question and said, "Oh, how is your trail? Is it hard packed or is it loose gravel?" And sometimes they won't understand what that difference is. And I was like, "Well, yeah, it does make a huge difference for me that if I'm trying to wheel up loose gravel, then that's going to be definitely a very good workout day, as compared to if it's hard packed, then that's going to be a bit more enjoyable."
Absolutely. Or even weather, if I know that it's kind of just a natural surface or an earth or sandy kind of ground, that's one thing if it's a dry day. But if I know that it's recently rained, well, I'm in for a whole different experience out on a muddy path that day, right? Where I can just dig myself straight into the ground. So I can relate on that need to kind of really clearly and objectively share what people can expect to see or experience once they get out there. Because once you're there, then you're problem solving, which is a whole different type of day than you might have been planning for. What about you, Heather? Are there any examples that you can share with us on signals or feedback that's kind of let you know that you've been included, and that your experience has been built in rather than kind of an accidental side effect of what the day looks like?
Yeah, I think going back to that example of the resort that I stayed at as a kid that was designed by a blind person. So, of course, it's going to meet my needs. And it was such a freeing experience to be in a place that really felt like it was designed with my needs in mind from the ground up. So from accessible washrooms, from consistency, Braille maps, Braille signage, there were, ropes that we could use as guides that were strung along the trails so that we could get from, say, the cabin to the main lodge and things like that. So, or tactile strips at the top of stairs, so that that's coming up if you're, say, not using a cane at that moment. So it was just really built. It can be challenging with nature because there are some factors that are so unpredictable, but even with the unpredictability of nature, it really felt like my needs were taken into consideration from the ground up.
That's pretty amazing. I would love to learn more about this resort. And you talked about the freeing feeling. How can I articulate this so it doesn't sound like I'm trying to pull out too much emotion, but I'm really just curious for folks that don't live with a disability, like, can you help describe what that moment feels like when you suddenly drop some of the anxiety that you carry around because you just get enough response to know that it's going to support you? Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of anxiety that comes along with disability because there's a lot of the fear of the unknown. We may not have people in our lives with disabilities who have that shared experience, so they may want to do something, an activity that's going to be a real struggle for us to do. And so I think that just having your needs met, you feel so included, you feel capable, you don't feel like you're slowing people down, and it just removes so much of that worry and so much of that anxiety of, am I even going to be able to participate in this? Because ahead of time that somebody has gone before you and blazed this trail and that your needs are going to be met. It's so empowering and freeing, and the worry just, yeah, it's a huge weight off of our shoulders, I think.
And Heather, just for somebody just typed in the Q&A, what is this resort?
Oh, it's the William Watson Lodge in Kananaskis. I don't know. I assume it still exists. Thanks for like pointing that out. I don't actually have my screen reader on because it will come through in the audio, so I'm not reading the Q&A.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And thanks also, Heather, for articulating what that experience can be like. I know, within the space of accessibility, we talk a lot about the infrastructure and the planning and the decision making, but there's a real emotional aspect to that result when it happens. And I could even feel it like in my own body when you were talking. So thank you for describing that for us. Richard, yeah, so Jamie says, I can confirm that the William Watson Lodge is still running. It is incredible. Thanks for sharing that.
Actually, maybe
and then
just
another person sent the link. So everyone's chiming in now on this. I think sounds like we're all headed there. So thanks, Heather, for that plug.
And I was just going to add more to that too, and it mainly towards either developers or just as Heather talked about, there was a great somebody that was assisting with that lodge, but it's not that to make it fully accessible or partially accessible. It isn't, I think some companies or lodges or designers will go, no, it'll be too expensive to make it fully accessible. I'm like, well, not really. If you do think about it beforehand, then it isn't very taxing. And even afterwards, I don't think it is very expensive to make our, like I talked about the one walkway that I encountered that had one step. I was like, all right, well, a little more dirt and a little more boardwalk, and then that is accessible. And so it's not that much more expensive, because I think that's the big thing as well. We can't make it fully accessible. And it's, I do refer to sometimes that comic that I see, I think it was of a school, and, I think it snowed. And so the custodian, all the kids were waiting to get in, and the custodian was there trying to sweep off the stairs. And there was a person down there, one of the students too, and was in a chair, and said, well, why don't you sweep off the ramp first? As well, I got to do the stairs first to make it accessible for everybody. And then it's like the student's like, well, if you do the ramp, then it is accessible for everybody before the stairs. But that's again just numbers and sort of understanding. Because really, I always try to say it would be great if any developer or designer, lodge company, if they had some of the staff do a day in a chair, do a day with a disability, with varying types, and say, well, if you think this is very accessible, you try it, and let's see how well you access some of the outdoors, of the trails, the washrooms, and the parking. Because even parking, I haven't even talked about the grade of a hill on parking. If there's a little bit of a hill, depending whichever slant, that can make it easier or harder to get in out of the car. Or that, I know I've transferred out of a car before, and then if it's, I don't put on my brakes right away and it's on a hill, then my chair goes rolling away from the vehicle. And so that's a big issue too, depending on, we might have great accessible parking that's very close, but if it's on a hill, then that makes it that much harder. And so it's all the little things to make sure that, again, whether we keep on harping to say fully accessible or just enjoyable.
Absolutely. And many solutions, that I think you touched on just there, Richard, about kind of low tech, literally just add some more dirt as a solution, a little bit more boardwalk. And Heather, you mentioned the concept of ropes to kind of guide people along, which ropes are really not that expensive. It's mostly just about thinking about these things in advance. And again, consulting and engaging with people who can actually share those experiences and those insights, so that once you get past the analysis phase or past the kind of barrier kind of discovery phase, that next step on planning or removing barriers, it's such a great way to problem solve when you're actually with the folks who are going to end up using that experience or that service or that product. And that's user experience testing in general, right? So we talked, so some low tech examples. There's also obviously a lot of change that's happened in the technology space in terms of helping people access information. At Access Now, we focus on kind of that part on assessment and information sharing in order to get people out there. And both of you have had the chance to work with us as mappers. Can you share a little bit about your experience doing that work and kind of some of the insights that you came away with after mapping and using technology to do that?
I think actually just to add to Heather with some of the chat, they say that the lodge has been refurbished also, FYI. So maybe we might have to go back for another visit soon. For me, with my experiences in mapping, I always really enjoy first just being outdoors, but then also to get more people involved in just area, because it's always all different levels, and that's what I always say. All right, I can easily wheel over this bump or this grade, but I will then think of other people that say, well, how easy is this? I think that's what I've really enjoyed. I think maybe that was part of me growing up with my disability, that as a child, I think I always checked out all the different areas that I came from. Maybe to add that too, that I came from a small town on Vancouver Island. So accessibility in the 70s and early 80s is much different back then than what it is today. And so that's always been great. And I think my community was great and that they stepped up and we're always trying to make it accessible and made a lot of changes. It doesn't happen overnight. So that sometimes patience is a big thing too, that we can sort of plant some of those seeds and hopefully, you know, we can see that change over time. And sometimes it's quicker than others. But I think for me, it's great to see, you know, whether it started with one park or one area, but now to go, you know, across Canada into different areas and just, you know, we can pick on, you know, right now, you know, with Heather, that we can say, all right, we found this one great lodge that she's really loved. Now, hopefully other lodges are going to be that much more accessible. And I think that's the same, that once we find out one friendly path that's really usable, everybody flocks to it, goes to it, but then other parks are going to go, all right, let's make ours accessible. And I think it is, as I mentioned, whether it is a bit of a movement that is happening, that we're seeing a lot more accessible trails, opportunities. I mean, it's great to live here in Canada. Definitely very spoiled out here in BC, you know, that there's so many areas for us to get out and venture in. And that's the biggest thing, that now I think more people are seeing that, you know, we can get out there and access these trails. And also that, you know, depending on the time of your injury, if they did that before their injury, that, you know, they're still saying, all right, I used to do this before, I still want to do it. So that now people can utilize their voice more also, that we can say, hey, I still want to get out and go fishing. I still want to get out, enjoy the trails, go camping. And so that's the big thing, that everybody's utilizing their voice a lot more.
Absolutely. So vocalizing different people's perspectives and also giving people that feedback kind of through information sharing is a role that technology can play. Absolutely. Heather, I'd love for you to chime in, tell us a little bit about the role technology plays in accessibility, and also feel free to mention other platforms or other tools that you use that you think are worth mentioning.
Yeah, so for me, mapping was a very empowering experience because, as Richard said, I think the movement is really growing, which is really exciting. And for me in my daily life, there's so many times where I'll just stop and be like, oh, I wish this was done this way to be more accessible for me. Or, oh, I really like what they've done with the accessibility here. But before technology, before this movement, it wasn't that easy to share that information with other people. So we had all this information, but there was really no place for it to go. So not only in mapping was I able to use technology to share that information with other people with disabilities, but also with people who have the power to make the changes that are necessary. So when I went out with somebody who worked at the Trans-Canada Trail and somebody who worked in the city. So they were making notes as well of, okay, we could do this better. This is really good. We should put this in more spaces. So to be able to actually share that information for the betterment of the disabled community and also share that information with the people who can make those changes was so empowering.
Amazing. And thank you. Thank you for sharing your perspectives, both with us at Access Now, with the community at large, and also to the many stakeholders that can be part of helping us remove those barriers. I want to thank you, Heather and Richard. I think that's a gorgeous way to kind of close out our discussion today. Thank you for showing up today and sharing your perspectives on this really important topic. I'm so grateful to be working with both of you through the work that we do, mapping at Access Now, and thanks for showing up today. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayan, Heather, and Richard, for that fabulous conversation. And Mayan, thank you so much for moderating the panel with Heather and Richard. Oh my gosh, you guys touched on so many key elements for accessibility, representation, engaging people with lived experiences in the design process, the variety of disabilities, and ensuring awareness of all those types of accessibility needs, the emotional ties around accessibility and inclusivity, the importance of accurate, reliable, and trustworthy information, and the importance of leadership getting involved in advocating and prioritizing these changes. I just thought these were like amazing reminders to everyone about inclusive accessibility processes and practices that, hopefully they can take back with them to their parks and start implementing. So I wish we could chat for like a whole other hour about this because there's so much to cover and so much to talk about, but unfortunately we do need to wrap it up there. So thank you guys again for sharing your time with us today, sharing your lived experiences and your stories. We're so grateful. So that concludes our speaker lineup for today. I want to give a huge thank you to all of our presenters who shared their stories, their thoughts, and their work with us today. There have been so many inspiring stories about how barriers can be overcome to make parks more inclusive, and we're just so grateful for everyone for sharing their time with us today. I have a few housekeeping items as we wrap up. So we were told that attendees haven't been able to copy links out of the chat. We are going to check our webinar settings and we'll try and have that fixed for tomorrow. Also, a reminder that if presenters shared contact details or website links in their presentations, we have added those to their bio on the conference website. If you can't find what you're looking for there, definitely get in touch with us. We'll help you get the information that you're looking for. If you are registered for our social hour, that will get started in just a few minutes. This is a small group activity that required pre-registration in order to participate. So if you did receive an invitation because you registered, please log out of this conference link and use the Zoom meeting link that was included in your social hour invitation. That will get started at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you run into any difficulties, please reach out to us at team@pac2023.ca. Everyone else, we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks.